What is up, everyone? How's it going? How's it going? I just realized I'm about 10 minutes early. For some reason, I read that 2 as a 3. Anyway, what's everyone up to today? How's everyone's, Thanksgiving weekend, Black Friday? Hopefully you didn't partake in that because, I like giving the employees the ability to just sleep in on a Friday. Well, they're not really sleeping in, but if you can just give them their regular hours on a Friday and not have that encroachment on Thanksgiving shopping and everything, I think that'll be great. I just have a lot of sympathy for those guys out there that have to work for Thanksgiving and Black Friday because I used to be one of y'all back when I used to work in retail. And I honestly do believe that everyone should be required to work retail or a service industry at some point, just so that you learn a little bit of respect, because you can kind of tell who all hasn't ever worked a service job or worked retail or something like that from those that, haven't. So that's my little 2 cents there. So parents, if I can give you any advice, don't try to do like what my dad, tried to have me think about, which is that I'm too good for any job. When you're just starting out, you should understand the bottoms of the different jobs so that you learn a little bit of respect for people that are working those kind of jobs. But yeah, I have only worked factory. I worked factory as well. Not really assembly line factory, more the logistics side of factory. I actually used to work in ThinkGeek's warehouse. Remember ThinkGeek.com, that amazing nerdery website that you used to go and buy your Doctor Who and all those other toys and everything like that? That one-stop shop. There was like bacon soap and caffeine soap and the Annoyatrons and the Phantom Keystrokers and all those like automated Nerf dart Tourette systems for your you have a ThinkGeek? Yeah, I remember ThinkGeek. I used to work for them. When I was starting out, before I actually got full on into tech and everything, while I was trying to figure my way through school and stuff like that, I actually was working in their warehouse while I was working through my electrician courses. One was a sweet potato factory. A sweet potato factory. That's got to be interesting. Wonder what all is involved with a sweet potato factory. Work in retail, then tackle K8s. Yes. Which one's harder, retail or Kubernetes systems? You be the judge. You decide. Yeah, I woke up from a nap a little while ago, so bear with me as my brain is booting up. I have been not as productive this weekend as I thought I'd be. I actually somehow slipped into the I'm actually going to relax mode. What I mean by that was I was hoping to sit around and finally do some coding again because I've been wanting to work on this Twitch poster for Blue Sky. I wanted to enhance my Mastodon poster and work with the AT protocol and everything like that. But I didn't get around to doing any of that this week, so I will try to squeeze in some time next week doing all of that stuff. You made French fries? You mean you made freedom fries? Or pomme de frites? I was helping my wife on the nursery. Oh, you got a kid coming? I'm sorry, I haven't been on TikTok if you announced that or anything like that. Mazel tov if that is the case. Hope you're excited. Or probably just freaking out. 45 days. Holy shit, man. Well, mazel tov. Do you know, boy, girl? Let me know. Or are you just kind of leaving it up to be a surprise? Is Blue Sky really decentralized if everyone uses bluesky.app server? So let me get that in a sec because the chat's going by a little fast. I want to make sure that I get to the other questions and things. Didn't think Geek had like XXL gummy bears and everything. Yes, they also had the Screaming Monkey slingshot. I remember that. I remember it vividly because we used to play with the toys in the Think Geek warehouse so much, and I was the reason why we had the rule on no longer using the slingshot monkey, because every time I had to pick one, just slingshot the monkey to somebody on the line. And it wasn't the issue of me doing that. It was the issue of the several slingshot monkey wars that had been produced on the factory line. They liked us to have fun at work, but Apparently not too much fun. Yeah, that's one issue I have with the TV show The Office. They show you doing a lot of fun things that would probably get you fired because you're not being productive. Hey broski, what is Wayland? I've heard people talking about it and say that it's a Linux feature. So Wayland is is it desktop environment or compositing agent? Let me make sure I get the terms right here. But basically the alternative to it is X11, which has been around, or X.org for a while. I think it's called a desktop compositor, if I'm not mistaken. Is a communication protocol that specifies communication between a display server and its clients. Okay, so it's a display server, Wayland protocol. Yeah, Wayland compositor. Okay, yeah, okay. So basically, what we've been using for most of the time that Linux and Unix operating systems, or Unix-like operating systems, have been around is X11. X11, like if you've ever gone to the Zorg.com for X.conf different files, that's what it's all about. So it actually does have a lot of improvements, but it's been in works for several years. I'm looking forward to being able to use Wayland, but not all applications are working great with it. It's only been like maybe within the past year or two that it's been a pretty solid product. It's one of those, like, we all saw we wanted to go towards this in terms of Linux desktop environments, but it was a matter of we still had to get a lot of the archaic and older things that we were, relying on to work just as well on Wayland. It's a lot more secure. It's a lot more performant from my understanding, because if you actually understand X11, you have to use a lot of extensions to make the things work today that we expect. So it's going to be an improvement for quite a bit. So yeah, it was released 16 years ago. So it's taken a little over a decade to get to the levels that we needed to it being mature enough so that we could actually, trust it. So I wouldn't say trust it, but it's getting really stable right now. It definitely is a little bit more of the future, but there are still a little bit of issues here and there. So yeah, X Window System, not X11. Well, X11 is kind of that. But yeah, X Window System is what we've been using for many years. You may be... Yeah, that's been around since 1987. That's been around a very, very long time. But yeah, it's definitely the future for how a lot of Linux desktop environments are going to be operating. I believe Pop! OS 2404 is standardizing on Wayland inside of the Cosmic desktop environment, which is all going to be rewritten in Rust. So yeah, you're really starting to see desktop environments for Linux really start to pick up and improve quite a bit. So yeah. I want to be cloud security. Any advice on certification recommendations? Well, with cloud security, it's more so... So here's the thing. With cloud security, you have a few different environments. Of course, the most predominant ones are AWS, Amazon Web Services, and then you have Microsoft Azure. Those are the two big ones. You have different ones like DigitalOcean, Linode, Hetzner, and OVH and stuff like that. There's a lot of different ways you can go about that. There are some certifications out there. I know ISC Squared has the equivalent to the CISSP, which is the CCSP, Cloud Certified Security Professional. But that, I think, requires 5 years of experience, similar to CISSP. I can move in and get my CCSP, which has been on my agenda to do. In terms of the certifications, this is one of those ones where you can get vendor-specific certification, but just know that... Oh, yeah, there's also the Google Cloud Platform as well, but I'm not a big fan of GCP. You can work on certifications in any of the three, or the combination thereof. I don't really have any specific recommendations for paths there, because it kind of depends on what path you want to take in your career. Because inside of cloud security, there's a whole plethora of different ways that you can go about this. Just like with general cybersecurity, there's many different fields. In cloud cybersecurity, there is also different, security fields, because you got to worry about the networking side of it. You've got to worry about the CI/CD, or, the different... There's a lot of different security things that go into it. But yeah. So there's quite a few routes you can go with it. My advice would be is if you're not already in cloud, work in a business that has cloud and see how you can work into those things. There are like hosted platforms, departments, and things like that that usually take over a lot of the AWS or Azure systems for companies. Some companies have a mixture of them overall. Blah, blah, blah. Is Blue Sky really decentralized if everyone uses the Blue Sky.app server? So the same argument could be made when it comes to Mastodon. Mastodon, most of the people are on Mastodon.social. We can actually pull that up right now. FediDB.org. I think the caffeine's finally starting to hit me, boys and ladies. All right. So, if you're seeing my screen right now, you can see that there's like 11 million or so users. We can see that 71.2% of all users in the Fediverse are on Mastodon as of right now. That are of the servers that are reporting. Now, if I go into Mastodon, of course, itself, you can see out of these 7.67 million users that are specifically on Mastodon, 2.2 million are inside of Mastodon.social. So with Blue Sky, there are people that actually have different servers that are hosting things. It's starting to, spread out a little bit more. It is decentralized in the way that you have labelers and different services that can actually connect in, at least. So while it may not be decentralized to the point that Mastodon is, and bear in mind, Mastodon has had a huge lead time for this decentralized ecosystem to mature and grow up with, that I think Blue Sky will eventually take on over time. Because I think Mastodon's been around since 2016, if I'm not mistaken. Because I know I started playing with it around 2016 when there was only tens of thousands of people on there and kept hopping on and off, on and off, on and off until I recreated a new account because I lost the password and whatever to the server that I was using before. Maybe it didn't exist, or did I make it? Either way, it was many years ago, and I kept coming back and forth to play with it because it was a neat technology. It just wasn't catching on at the time. And then finally made my own Mastodon server because I'm like, you know what? If I'm going to do this, I'm going to do this right. And I'm going to have the same mentality going in with Blue Sky, where I'm eventually going to have my own personal data server as well. Sorry if I'm talking fast. I pounded a whole Celsius right before I came down. So, did I say 11.2? 71.2. 71.2% of all of the Fediverse is on Mastodon. You are done with today? What about Twinks? What about them? But, yeah. So there definitely is some growth needing to be done for Blue Sky for the decentralization aspects of it, but I think those will come in time. It took people a while to warm up to having Mastodon have their own servers and everything like that. It's a concept that, it's foreign to a lot of people that didn't grow up with the old internet there. Because a lot of people forget. So here's the thing that I'm telling a lot of people. Mastodon and Blue Sky aren't doing anything new per se. I mean, yes, in terms of how they're doing things is new. But the whole idea of you being able to own and operate your own social media and, basically decentrally control messaging with different people across different servers is something that actually was originally native to the original internet. I remember there was a TED Talk or something where somebody talked about there was actually literally phone books for all the email addresses on the internet and things like that. Times have changed, certainly, when it comes to the internet, but having decentralized communication methods has kind of always been the standard. Think of it like email. Email was kind of how the internet used to work before, which is that you would host your own messages to be sent to other servers, or you would then log into other servers, like in the case of a BBS system, or many forums, and then you would connect that way. WordPress, for example, I know this is kind of foreign to a lot of people. Tumblr's probably the closest example that a lot of people can understand. social media was blogging and stuff like that. You would make a blog post and then people would respond back with their own blog post of different thoughts and everything. That was how social media was. It was a decentralized concept. I think that you have a lot of kids right now that grew up with the Web 2.0 era where everything is centralized, and to them it's a foreign concept, whereas to my generation and the older generations that grew up with the original internet, this is just returning to the past. It's back to the future. We're all hopping in our DeLoreans going 88 miles an hour. And where we don't know where we're going, we don't need roads. Chief, how hard is it to close a door? I have beads! Yep, Mastodon is just a return to form. Okay, so let's go through. I remember ads for ThinkGeek on YouTube. ThinkGeek used to have a really great ad line, as well as different products and everything there. I really miss ThinkGeek. There really hasn't been anything to replace the is a spiritual successor to ThinkGeek. The unfortunate reality is when I'm looking for a lot of my geekery and fun stuff, I have to go to Amazon. And then I have to sift through a lot of Amazon stuff. Yes, you can go to Micro Center and get a lot of that. Yes, there is GameStop with some of that geekery stuff, but when's the last time most of y'all have physically been in a GameStop? My brother and my mother and brother seem to not be able to close a door that is literally meant to be closed because of the cats, so they don't go over and dookie. Oh, see, that just is, you got, like, different levels of asshole there. You've got your brother and, your mother, but then cats are just natively assholes. Oh, my bot came in during the ad break. Apparently we had an ad break talking about, oh, really? Mick Jagger was on Rolling Stone magazine 16 times. Interesting. Gaming on Wayland is way better now. Yeah, I've heard a lot of great things. The Nerf Herd. Wasn't that on Chuck? Wasn't that the TV show Chuck that had the parody of Geek Squad? Did you see the new 8-bit do OG transparent Xbox keyboard and mouse? Open source software works on Linux. No, I have not. Let me look this up. 8-bit do Xbox keyboard. Oh. This is interesting. So this is like in the aesthetic of the green plastic. I remember I had, what was it, the Halo 2 or Halo 3 communicator, the microphone that you could get because it was a lot better for Xbox Live than that headset they had. And this is like the same color green they had. I like that green. I like the aesthetic they have going on here. I don't know if this is something I would buy. Aluminum plate and key rollover, 87 keys. See, the 87 keys, I mean, it's okay. I have a keyboard over here from System 76, the launch keyboard from System 76 over here that's 87 key. Then I have the 104 key that is the main one I use. For my everyday stuff, I need a 104. I need my 10 key right there, the numpad as some of y'all have. Yeah, Kale Jellyfish X switches, not familiar with that one. It looks interesting. I love how they have it in front of the Xbox over there. I don't remember them coming in that color. I think you had to buy the case and mod it, if I remember, to get that. What are these buttons? Giant A-B buttons. Okay, so it has Bluetooth. And, okay, so it's a wireless keyboard. That actually might be interesting. There's a Windows... Oh, there's an Xbox button in there. Like, what is the use of an Xbox button in terms of gaming? Which, by the way, I did take part in the Steam sales. I did pre-order Path of Exile too, so I do plan to try that game out. I haven't played the original Path of Exile, but everyone telling me when I mentioned, I'm like, yeah, I love Diablo 1, 2, and 4. I never got to play 3. They're like, you should try Path of Exile out, so I pre-ordered that. I also got BioShock 1 and 2, as well as Gears of War 5, so we'll be playing those in the near future. Windows compatibility and Android compatibility. So I wonder how many people actually use a keyboard on an Android device. Like, I can see that if you have a tablet and you're trying to actually type. BioShock 1 is great, 2 is whatever. Yeah, I already have BioShock Infinite as well. I thought it'd be fun to replay it because I haven't played BioShock since it was originally launched on the Xbox. Okay. Okay, so you can pair it with this retro mouse here. But I kind of like my Logitech G903. I like the little nice aesthetic they have there of the Xbox Halo disc there. Magnetic adapter compartment. I mean, this would be a nice keyboard for me to take around and type on if I didn't have another one. Like, I can see this being a good little portable keyboard for me to work on and everything like that. So yeah, that's an interesting keyboard there. What other products do they have? I'm just curious. Because I've never really played with 8-Bit Do or seen their stuff. So they have this. Oh, so it is officially licensed. Retro 8-Bit. Oh, so it's got this charging dock. I want Apple to take notes from this design right here. Because let's put into perspective here why Apple should take notes on this. Don't you remember that Apple has that magic mouse, and every time you want to charge it, you have to flip the mouse upside down and plug it in? If you're going to do something like that, have an idea of a charging dock, or move the damn button to charge. Like my G903, it charges in the front, but also it's got a magnetic charging pad. This actually has the Logitech Power Play underneath it, so it's always playing and charging. Because I don't understand the whole thing of, oh yeah, we're just going to, not be able to use our mouse and flip it upside down. Oh, look! It has the USB-C in the front, so it's got both a dock and a front charging port. Why can't Apple do this? That makes perfect sense to me. They can dock. Yes. Yes, Just Dev, I know you love your femboys and you love docking too, okay? We get it. That's not me trying to hate on him. He legitimately does like femboys, and he's mentioned it many times in Discord and on chat. We don't judge here. We love femboys around here. It's just Dev really loves them. Whereas I'm like, that's nice. See what I mean? See? All right. But yeah, this is interesting that they have that mouse over there. So what else do they have? They have controllers, some interesting designs. Adapters. Oh, damn, they got, like, a lot of the adapters I wish I kind of had. Okay, so, like, you got, like, you can, I guess you can adapt to a USB. Oh, that's nice. So you got, like, Bluetooth dongles for SNES and Nintendo and all of these. That's interesting. Yeah, never heard of them before. Maybe when I get back into doing console gaming and stuff like that, I'll look into it. I eventually do want to get a Nintendo 64 again. I just have a lot of shit going on, so I haven't gotten around to that. Alright, so hopefully we get VR on multi-monitor support soon. I'm not a VR person, so is that really an issue where you don't have multi-monitor support? Why would you need multi-monitor support for VR? Because don't you, like, put it on your headset, or what's VVR? VVR or VRR? Because you typed it both ways. Just got an internship for network engineer, and I am nervous as hell. Any tips? Yeah, here's the reality, Yachty. No matter what level of expertise you're gonna have, you're gonna feel like you don't know anything. Being nervous is fine. Keeps you from being cocky. You're going to be nervous at various parts of your career, whether you are a professional or anything. And let me tell you straight up, as many years as I've been into this field, I feel like I still don't know shit. So, do your best. Um, I'm sure you got this, buddy. So, just soak up all the knowledge. That would be my advice. It's an internship. Buddy up with some of the veterans and everything. Pick their brains, ask questions, and let your curiosity go free. Just be curious about everything and open your eyes to the other aspects and avenues around you. In terms of everything out there. Like, hey, look, you may be like happy with networking and everything right now, and find you want to pivot out to something else. Like, I started at an MSP mostly on the networking and Linux side. Now I prefer full-time cybersecurity engineering, and I'm managing a lot of the tools, and I do more of the Linux and AWS and terraforming, and I don't like dealing with networking as much. So yeah, that would be my advice: is keep your eyes and ears open, buddy up to the other people, ask a lot of questions, take notes, tinker at home, do your own home labbing, take what you learn, don't just have it stop at work, have it come home with you as well, so you can study up on things. And if you can, when you come across concepts that you want to dive deeper in, make a note to study them further when you're at home and everything. That's what I used to do with a lot of my MSP life, is I would tinker around with a lot of different things, and then I would come home and do some more tinkering with things that maybe corporate wouldn't necessarily approve of, because it's a production environment, whereas if it's my home network and I break things, well, that's just me. 1 second here. I forgot to post on Blue Sky that I'm live. Right. I'm live on Twitch right now. Cybersecurity. And maybe some gaming on Linux. I have noticed that Blue Sky actually does really get really well for engagement and everything like that. It's right up there with Mastodon. So, alright, qualifications don't mean nothing. Yeah, qualifications mean quite a bit, but more so, an experience is going to matter more than the pieces of paper. Pieces of paper will help you maybe a little bit just for its HR and the gatekeepers. So, yeah. Best cybersecurity books you can recommend just in general. So I don't really have a lot of books in cybersecurity because, as I've talked about before, is most of what you're going to want to learn are concepts, and the actual things in cybersecurity are ever shifting and ever changing. That's why ISC Squared, the organization that oversees the CISSP certification, CCSP, and a few others, they change their tests every 3 years or so. Oh, VRR is variable refresh rate. Okay, cool. Too many acronyms in this field, too. But the honest truth is, where was it going? When it comes to books, it's more so that you should be learning the news, checking out the new projects on GitHub and things like that. Like, I learn about different projects all the time through Blue Sky and Mastodon these days, and tinkering with a bunch of different technologies. In this field, it's always going to be changing. By the time it's in a book, it's usually 3 to 5 years out of date, because you got to think about how long it takes to type it up, get it approved, get it to a publisher, have the book created, bound, published, and everything like that. It takes quite a bit of time. So there are some great books out there, like from companies like No Starch Press, but a lot of the things you're going to be learning by tinkering hands-on in your home lab, breaking a few eggs, and I would say it's probably more worthwhile to get a bunch of different computers and networking equipment, put it together, and do a home labbing experiment for yourself, or even a cloud one where you're in AWS, DigitalOcean, Linode, Azure, Hetzner, wherever, just to, see what can actually be done with these different projects. That's going to, I think, matter more than just books themselves. You can read things like, an older book that I read a long time ago. A few of the ones from Kevin Mitnick are great, like the art, what is it, the Art of Deception, I think it is. Learning about things with social engineering. Some of those things are worthwhile, but as far as books themselves, there's not a lot I can directly point you to because that list is always going to change, and I honestly spend more of my time reading manuals, release notes. I learned all my networking concepts originally from the PF Sense manual because it kind of reads like a textbook when you're setting things up, which is why I often send people to PF Sense and tell them the home lab to learn a lot of networking concepts. Yeah, it gets really, really outdated very fast. Exactly, Zealand. That's the honest truth. Is the actual concepts more or less stay the same within reason, but the actual things you'll do in cybersecurity will vary on a day to day. You're going to learn more from doing and tinkering than you will from reading. Reading will be a springboard at most. A lot of the things that I read happen to be vendor specific because every vendor is going to have a different recommended best practice on how to implement and approach different things, as well as how you integrate all the different softwares and all that. So that's my 2 cents and so far as that. I am done with today. Oh, you already said that. Any laptops you plan on getting? If I happen to get a little bit more money, I'm looking at getting a new laptop for editing on the go, as well as being able to stream on the go with an NVIDIA GPU. I was looking at Tuxedo Computers. They seem to have the best combination for what I was looking at. Tuxedo Computers. Another Linux vendor, of course, but I hear great things about their designs and everything. I also did look at System 76, but this one looked to have everything I actually wanted inside of a laptop. So I was looking at, I think it was like a 15-inch, not the Infinity Book, not the Aura. I was looking at this, the Tuxedo Stellaris AMD version, their Gen 6. Because it looked like it was the best all around. Aluminum case, 2.1 kilograms, so not heavy, but not light. Up to an NVIDIA GeForce 4070. You can get a 4060 or 4070 in there. I was thinking of going for the 4070 because I need more CUDA cores to do more rendering faster, as well as if I do LLM work and stuff on the go. And the Ryzen 7 8845HS looks like a really good mobile CPU. Yes, they do have an Intel version with Tuxedo Computers as well. If you want to get the Intel version, that is the same as this, just Intel. 2560 by 1600 display at 240 hertz, and up to 13 hours of runtime with this laptop. So that's what I was looking at for the laptop. Plus I can fit 2 SSDs in here and up to 96 gigabytes of RAM, so I can at least fit in 464 gigabytes of RAM that I normally have on all of my devices, but if I feel like I need more memory, I can bump it up to 96. This is what I was looking at getting. It's probably going to cost me a pretty penny, but not too insane for what I'm looking at and everything. It'll be a good laptop, I think, to last me 3 to 5 years for some video editing as well as everyday work on the go with an NVIDIA GPU. You want a Mastodon server, but I'm not sure if it's costly. It can be costly depending on the specs that you actually run it with, because it can be pretty power hungry when you are federating more and more. So with my Mastodon server, I'm federated to a few thousand servers. It's my most expensive server in the cloud. I think it's got like 28 threads or something like that, and 28 gigabytes of SQL database for all the stuff, or whatever database it's using, and then 320 gigabytes of media storage for that, plus the whole CDN and everything. I have a managed provider doing my stuff because it's annoying for me to be on top of maintaining that. But they can be a little bit more power hungry. I know some people that are running them off of Raspberry Pis and small computers that are maybe not having a large following and federated server. So it depends on what you plan to do with it. Yeah, Mastodon's returned to form. Are GameStops usually empty? From what I've seen, yes. I hear differently, especially around the holidays, but yeah. They're closing all GameStops in Germany. I can believe that. I can believe that because they're not that, big anymore. I was in a GameStop about 13 years ago. They'd close the door and oh, I thought that was the same thing. Yeah, I haven't been in GameStop for many years. I just haven't had the reason to go to a GameStop. The whole idea of physically getting a game and having to put pants on to go get the game just kind of, annoys me. Look, the honest truth is, I've also weighed in on possibly becoming a VTuber just so that I don't have to put pants on to stream. But here I am. I gave up on privacy. My phone is to a carrier and can't afford privacy tools. Well, privacy is more about behaviors than anything. I mean, if you really wanted to be super private, you could always go Walter White, get yourself a burner phone with cash, and then, just use that and then speak in code to everybody. But it's just a matter of, how, you want to go about things. For most people, that'll probably get you the tinfoil hat mention. I'm just saying it's an option. Not something I do, but it is an option. Yeah, there's tons of privacy tools that are open source. Most privacy tools, the good ones that I found, open source, but privacy is more so about changing your behaviors than using any single tool. It's the same thing as cybersecurity. I can give you the best XDR, set up a SIM, a SOAR, we can have your laptop locked down and, do all these things. But at the end of the day, you are responsible for your security more than anything else. You, the human, are the weakest link in any single issue with privacy and security. Think of it this way. Most of you will sign up to a product just because it's free, but won't look at the terms and conditions of what you're giving up. And a lot of those give up privacy. Think about the people that were doing all the genetic testing with 23andMe and everything. I understand why a lot of you do it. You want to find out your family history, things like that. Okay, I get that point of it. But I was always, kind of weirded out by, this is information that technically isn't protected by HIPAA. What happens if these companies, go under or are eventually acquired by another company? How well protected is your information with that data? How does it play out? And that's a big question right now with 23andMe, because the most valuable thing 23andMe has is your data. And now they're looking at bankruptcy. So, do with that as you will. Most are bare bones, or, New kernel update killed my NVIDIA drivers. Oh no! That's why I test that. Bioshock 1 is great, 2 is whatever. 2 was okay, but I haven't played it in a minute, so, yeah. Keyboard Android market is pretty niche. A lot of gamers in South Asia use it for gaming. Really? Oh yeah, I forget, South Asia is really, really big into the mobile gaming market. It's really interesting to see that phones are actually being marketed for gaming very often. I just always, looked at my phone as, well, a phone. So, had a mini keyboard for my Nexus 2013 Google tablet. Man, those Nexus tablets were, amazing, weren't they? I love the Nexus tablets. I think they were some of the nicest tablets that were made for Android. I haven't seen the new tablets and everything. Don't get me wrong, Samsung makes some great tablets too, but I think the Nexus tablets were the nicest tablets that originally came out for Android and kind of set the bar for what a lot of people had to do with them. I even had a Nexus, the Nexus 7, I think it was. I used that originally for my cryptocurrency projects and stuff to do some things on the go with the Bitcoin Core wallets and Feathercoin and Litecoin Core wallets. Before, you had a lot of these lighter wallets that, were web connected and everything. So I actually had the cryptocurrency on the device itself. It was prior to Ledger even being released. Ledger and all those hardware wallets and everything coming out. In fact, I think I have my Nexus tablet around here somewhere. I'll have to find it. Samsung got Samsung Dex. It's desktop mode for external displays. Yeah, I've played with it a little bit because my phone I use to record content on, and what's the word? The phone that has TikTok installed on is a Samsung S23. I've played with Dex a little bit. I just don't use Samsung daily. I mostly just use that as the TikTok phone because a little over a year ago, I wanted to actually test out when a lot of people were telling me Samsung had a better camera and Samsung was getting integrations with TikTok and Instagram. And I, originally had the idea of I'm going to go to T-Mobile. I was with T-Mobile at the time. Get a Samsung because they had that window of return. Test it out, see what I thought. And I actually ended up liking it so much, I kept the actual phone itself. And I use that for TikTok and content creation and everything. And it's great because it also gives me separation from that whole content consumption side of things. So, yeah. Mostly PUBG on phone. Interesting. PUBG? Is that still around? Doesn't Apple Mouse have the port below? Yeah, that's what I was talking about with the retro mouse and everything like that. That's been my gripe with the Magic Mouse. I have literally met Apple people that straight up tell me they have 2 Apple Magic Mice just so that when one needs to charge, they just put the other one in its place. Like, think about how inconvenient something has to be for you to want to buy 2 of the things in case it happens to be down just for a little while to continue using the thing. That is Apple thinking right there. Like, straight up, I think mice need at minimum a port on the front, and then if they can, wireless charging like this has over here, and I have the power play mat underneath my big desk mat over here, and it's always constantly charging and everything like that. So it's always ready to go. Thoughts on the Torvalds ban? Are you talking about Linus Torvalds banning the Russian people and all that? I've talked about that quite a bit so much. They're an American entity that still has to be bound by U.S. law, and Russian contributions have been sanctioned, so if they're using a Russian email and such, they unfortunately can't really be credited with things, if that's what you're talking about. If not, let me know, and I'll get back to that when it is. That charging dock is a no-go. Why not? What do you have against charging docks? I think it's great. You just put the thing up when you're done. If you don't have an entire mat, I think it works out pretty well. Product designer have brains at 8-bit. I think they did a good job with that design over there. I think they made a lot for Switch. Yeah, I saw a few Switch items. I don't have a Switch myself. Nothing against the Switch. It's just a matter of when I leave and I travel, I don't game on the go. I just don't. It's just the thing I've kind of grown out of. It's one of those, like, it'd be interesting if I played a game, but the issue is, whenever I travel, I always use that time to be more productive with something else. Even while I was traveling to Portugal, my main things were sleeping and writing out some different ideas. Of course, during this flight to Portugal, I mostly did, when I wasn't in the airport and I was up in the air, I was watching Dragon Ball Super. So I finally finished that entire series. So, do with that what you will. I would be interested in a Steam Deck, but the Steam Deck has the issue of, again, same for me, I don't do a lot of gaming on the go, and the whole idea of it being a portable Linux device does appeal to me because I could use it as a full-fledged Linux device, but then I would need a keyboard and mouse to plug in to do a lot of the things that I want to do with it. And at that point, I may as well default to the MNT Pocket Reform little laptop that I have coming in, which should be here in a couple of weeks finally, as I backed that project over a year ago, and it should be shipping any day, last I checked. You want an OG Xbox? The OG Xboxes are great. One of my all-time favorite games is for the OG Xbox. It's called Kingdom Under Fire. Have any of you ever played that game? They unfortunately, I don't think, have a PC version, but Kingdom Under Fire was one of my favorite real-time strategy games, and I haven't really found anything that worked as well for it. That's what I was looking for. Sorry. Yeah, Kingdom Under Fire was one of my all-time favorite games, and probably one of the reasons why I would get an OG Xbox again, even though it works on an Xbox 360. Either way, it works great. I also remember when I had my OG Xbox, my dad was actually pretty sweet and got me a projector. So I had an in-focus projector that connected over 480p, 480, no, it's 480p using S-Video. So it was like super nice back in the day. And then we got a Sony like surround sound system for like 200 or so bucks. So I remember sitting in my beanbag chair with the OG Xbox. That was great. Used to have my friends over because you have like a bed sheet for the background, and it had like a 70-inch screen. It was awesome. Now what's this site? Oh, that was the 8-bit do site that we were talking about. It gets messy on multiple screens. Oh, okay. Remember your coworkers are furries. What distro do I use? Yeah, I'm using Pop OS. Chris answered that. My gym requires me to have an app to check in, which has some privacy implications. What can I do? You have two options. Well, three options. One, suck it up and install the app. Two, get a separate device to install the app on, so you have a phone with like all your privacy interfering things that you can just keep separate for. A little bit cumbersome and clunky for other people. Look, I'm just giving you the options here. Three, not go to the gym. I mean, there's nothing wrong with doing workouts at home if you have the room for that, and tons of body weight work, exercises, running around, things like that. Get yourself a treadmill, a bike, whatever. I actually did the math last year. Not last, a little before last year. I don't know how long ago. Anyway, I did the math during the pandemic of how much it cost me for my gym membership. With the locker, everything like that, with the stuff I had. And I priced out how much it would cost me to get all the gym equipment that I needed and wanted. And that included a Bowflex, a body weight bench, standing desk, treadmill, foam pads for it all, weighted bars, Indian clubs, free weights that are adjustable, pull-up bar, dip bar, vibrating table. There's a lot of different things in there. I probably spent a good couple grand on it. Well, when I did the math, about a year and a half worth of membership at a gym was the equivalent for my gym equipment. That's how I broke it down. So I honestly did put it on a credit card for a few months and then just paid it off pretty quickly. And now that I've had the stuff for a little over a year, it's basically paid for itself, especially with the amount of weight I lost and the fact that I forced myself to walk a few miles a day. That's what I did for that route. I didn't do it for a privacy reason. I did it for, I find if I work out at home, I'm more incentivized to work out at home. And then the other thing that also I liked was I started going to the gym again after COVID and everything like that happened. And I noticed that there were a lot of people that were just recording at the gym, and people were getting attitudes about, getting in their shots and all of that stuff. And when I go to the gym and I go to work out, I go to work out. Like, I already had several interactions where, when you're sitting down and you just done a good set and you're just like breathing in and just happen to be facing a certain direction and you're zoning out. Yeah, I already got into like a couple of issues where a couple of people thought I just was happening to be staring at them. And I'm like, no, I was not staring at you. You just happened to be in the direction I was staring in while I'm zoning out, catching my breath. You're not that important. So it was just one of those things where I just felt like I couldn't just do my own thing without people intruding on my own privacy in different ways. And being about themselves and not realizing the gym is a public space. So that was just my own thing. You can, of course, make your own gym and stuff like that. There's nothing wrong with that. Do you do any red team stuff? Most of the red team stuff I've done is more on the physical penetration side. So I don't do anything software-wise that can appeal to you. Like pick locks, social engineer people. I used to do HIPAA penetration tests for different clinics and a few smaller hospitals and things like that, where basically it was just checking, do they see if I'm an actual legit doctor. Like I'd come in with a fake lab coat like Dr. Love or something like that, and see if anyone asks enough questions, see if anyone checks my badge that would say Dr. McLovin, and things like that, as well as just social engineer my way through the clinic to see, if they were doing proper protections, were the laptops and desktops secured, all of that. So a lot of my stuff was more physical, as well as, like the whole ladder trick where it's really true that a ladder will get you into a lot of restricted areas. Just pretend that you need to be there, have the confidence, and walk around with a ladder, maybe a hard hat and a high-vis vest, and people will just open doors for you without a question. So that's why at work, a lot of us on the cybersecurity team kind of tend to be the dicks, because we have people that come to us, like, cleaning crew and everything, and they're like, can you hold the door for me? And I'm like, can you badge in? Well, I don't have a badge. Well, I'm sorry, I'm going to have to go down to security, but I have all this stuff. I'm sorry. I can maybe watch the stuff for you, but you can't come through with the stuff. Go get your badge taken care of and all that, so yeah. But more of my stuff's been physical penetration. I do eventually want to go for my OSCP and stuff like that. It's just not been on my radar for the near future, just more of a eventual goal to get. But I know that's a entry-level side of things. I just like the architecting, building, and defending side of things more. But I do understand that you need to understand red teaming to be a good blue teamer, just as much as you need to understand blue teaming to be a good red teamer. Because I've met a lot of red teamers that they know a lot of these cool, funny, fancy ways, to do attacks and everything. And I tell them straight up, like, that's great that you know how to do this, but in an enterprise, there would be this mitigation, that mitigation, and that mitigation, and it would be architected in this different way. So that wouldn't, it's like you have to think about different ways people would actually have it architected. So yeah, it's like the yin and yang. You got to know a little red to be a good blue teamer, and a little blue to be a good red teamer. But yeah, that's where I'm at. Only game that is good in VR is Half-Life Alyx. Tony, never need to ask who uses Arch. They will tell you. That is true. The same thing with vegans, CrossFit people, tech bros, well, the crypto bros. Tech bros are totally different breed. You just kind of smell that they are in tech bro. There's something about pompous asshole that has a certain stench. I'm working as a cybersecurity consultant and got into the game while I only finished high school. Nice. How cool is it to find a device you designed you like and try to remake it yourself? I've tried to remake a few things myself that I like. For example, this is one that just happened to be out here. This is a Trezor cryptocurrency wallet that I made out of a Raspberry Pi. It's a little Pi Zero, a little screen in here with some buttons. But I did this to see, was Trezor as open source as they claim? And yeah, they are. This runs the full Trezor suite that I can interact with Trezor, and this is what sold me on completely converting over to the Trezor wallet. Well, not completely. I'm still in the middle of shifting things over and all that. I'm not a big cryptocurrency guy. I do a lot more researching, but there's still a few things I do with the ledger and all that. But yeah. Few bugs I found on bug bounty programs got me into the corporate field. Nice. It gets outdated fast, probably. Oh yeah, the books. A student from Finland, a device I like. How to get free pizza. I've already told you about the free pizza trick that I did, which was an example of social engineering. I can share it with you all because it doesn't work anymore, but it's a nice way to understand how things work. So, back in the day, before you actually could go and order pizza online regularly. I mean, it was a thing, but it wasn't a thing to the extent that it is today. Um, you used to be able to call into the pizza shop and order pizza. I mean, you still can for a lot of things, but not to the same extent of what you can do today. So what I would do, and this is the part that doesn't work really as well anymore, is I would go to pizza shops and wait for people to actually come in and make an order for pizza, and then I would get their information, because, it'd be like, well, my name is John Smith, and I would like a Hawaiian pizza. You get the details of the pizza and everything like that. You'd get those notes, go back to your house, call into the pizza place. And part of this was before there was cell phones. Later on, I did it with cell phones, too. It made it a little bit more convenient, because then you could just go out to the parking lot to do this part. And then you'd wait a little while, and then you'd call in and just kind of ask for the manager or whoever and make a complaint about the pizza. You'd make a complaint about the pizza, like, oh, they had, like, Canadian bacon, you get the details of this pizza, so you're, like, reordering the pizza, basically. And you just kind of, like, say, hey, this pizza didn't do well, I kind of chipped my tooth, or, it was burnt, or anything like that. And you basically say, like, can I don't want to ask for, like, a refund on the pizza. Can I just get, like, another pizza? Because, I got my little brother here waiting for pizza, and he's so hyped on pizza, but this pizza's inedible. And most of the time, they'd be like, yeah, sure, just come out. Then I go in and say, yeah, I'm John Smith. I got the pizza to pick up. And then you'd get free pizza. And then what I would do is I'd cycle through the dozen or so little pizza shops that happen to be in my area, and I would get free pizza from middle school all the way through early college. I'd probably do this trick like 2-3 times a week, to be honest. I don't advocate it, I don't recommend it, but you can't really do this trick anymore, so there you go. The good days of free pizza. And I learned that trick from thebroken.org with Kevin Rose. This was like very, very early on. We actually watched that video early on in my streams a few weeks ago. I think when I got back from DEF CON. I'm going to make another video about the InfoCon drive and everything like that. I got to because that drive, the direct attached storage, was sent to me to be promoted, and I haven't gotten around to doing that video for them because I owe them that. It was a nice gift from them. It was about like $300 for that direct attached storage, and it fit all of my hard drives in. But yeah. NVIDIA is probably the way to go for streaming since NVENC. Yeah, that's pretty much the reason why I use NVIDIA, is it's better for streaming as well as editing videos and everything like that. AMD does have their own equivalent with VAAPI, I believe it's called. I don't know what it stands for, but NVIDIA NVENC just works a little bit better. Plus, I use the CUDA cores and stuff for LLMs and other kinds of processing, so I need a good GPU for many different things. And then the other thing is, if I get the laptop that has the 4000 series GPU in it, then I can actually do AV1 encoding, which can actually save me some bandwidth and everything, as well as give better quality streams. My understanding is, like, I could even, if I wanted to, move from 1080p to 4K, and I could start streaming in 4K at 6 megabits per second. So that's something I'm very much looking forward to getting into, and hopefully can do some streams while maybe I'm at like DEF CON or other conventions in hotels, and, you know, share the experiences and all that with all of you. I think that'll be fun. I don't know how it is for, I love your content, but say the word correct, aluminium. No, it's aluminum. There is no extra I at the end. Hey, see tomorrow, little boy, you gonna learn. Sorry, I know there's a lot of comments and everything. I'm gonna get through all this. I got all the comments coming in through TikTok, Twitch, and YouTube, so, like, I'm going through this. I'm still on a backlog. What's up, everybody, though? Work for Domino's. I don't know how it is for video editing. Yeah, video editing in video works a little bit better. Plus, the fact is, if you're using DaVinci Resolve, which I plan to move on to, you explicitly need NVIDIA on Linux. So that is a big reason why I want to use NVIDIA. Can it run my truck game? So to sum up, getting into IT, get the basic foundations of networking, home lab, maybe certs. Pretty much. There is a YouTube video that I have, which is, I don't remember the exact title. I made it about a month ago. It's called, Do You Need, what is it? Do you need college or boot camps to get into IT or cybersecurity? It's something like that. There's a clip art of a guy with his head exploding, kind of like, that thing. It's on YouTube. That can help a lot of you understand my journey to get to where I am and maybe give you some insights into the path that you can take. But it at least gives you the path that I took. How costly is it to have a Mastodon server? I'm currently spending, I think, about like $60 a month for mine. I don't recommend it for most people. It's a project of, it's a labor of love. And I have a managed host for it, so the costs for it are a little bit more. You can probably do it inexpensively for a lot less if you're managing it yourself. But yeah. What resolution videos you're making? 4K videos? No, 1080p. 4K takes up way too much space, and honestly, for a lot of the things that I'm doing, I don't see the value in doing 4K. A lot of the equipment that I have doesn't really do 4K that well. Eventually, I'd like to get to that point, but it's not in a priority for my list, as well as the fact that most people are watching videos in 1080p. So, 1080p is more than enough for most people. 4K is what I could see myself getting back into, How far back in my chat messages? I'm about a half hour back. We're going to be skipping through. Try and get an IT help desk or something in the field job, and then afterwards cybersec as possible. Pretty much that's how it works. Cybersecurity usually, this is the emphasis, the word I want to be emphatic on, usually wants to see 2 to 3 years of IT experience before they let you get into a full-on cybersecurity role. There is also far more blue team jobs out there than there is red team jobs. That is from my experience that I have seen. Not to say that you can't just jump straight into cybersecurity. It's just that they're mostly wanting to see seasoned professionals. There is this gap that I'm seeing in terms of people wanting to get into the field of looking for professionals that have at least 3 years experience, usually on the 5 years of experience before they're actually hiring you. Junior positions don't seem to be as plentiful right now. Not saying that you can't do it, but I'm just saying that is the experience that I'm having right now, and based on what my friends and such are telling me. Chief, you didn't see I was having a boy. We'll have my name as a third. Nice! Mazel tov on the kid. On TikTok, we can't tell if you have pants on. Well, I at least put pants on for all of you. Be thankful for that. You have to suffer with that scar! F you, Root, Robot, Pokemon Go. Are you playing Pokemon Go, just Dev? I think Nexus 7 is 2013 one. Nexus 7 tablet was made with Asus, I think. I think you're right. Are Google Pixels any good? Yeah, the Google Pixels are pretty great. I have a Pixel 7a phone. It's been working pretty well. I have Graphene OS installed on it. I think it's a pretty good device. Honestly, Pixel's probably some of the few devices I actually look at in terms of Android, that and Samsung. I mean, there is also the Fairphone. Fairphone looks great too. I just haven't gotten my hands to play with them much. But Samsung and Pixels are pretty great devices. Pixels are a little bit more open to tinker with. So I'm thinking about purchasing the Asus ROG Ally X. I am wanting to know your thoughts. I know that the Asus Ally, they're looking at getting SteamOS to be able to install on it. I'd probably just go straight Steam Deck myself. The issue that I have with Asus is this. In my experience, Asus, individual hardware parts, okay. I have an Asus GPU, for example. Admittedly, I'd rather a Gigabyte or something like that, but this is what was available during the pandemic shortage. I got my 3070. But Asus fully pre-built units, their support can kind of be iffy from what I've seen. That's the only thing I will say, is it may be a good device, but can you trust the support over time? Whereas I can actually say with the Steam Deck, the support is there. And that has been an issue overall with a lot of the handhelds in the market, is the lack of support for a lot of these devices. So that is what I will say on that front of things. You could buy the Asus and be very, very happy with it. Don't get me wrong. But the question I would have is not just when you buy the device and you're using the device, but what happens if something goes wrong with the device? What's the support going to look like then? Because I presume you want to buy this device to last you 3, 4, 5 years, possibly. That's the question that I have. And I just haven't seen a lot of Asus devices that I've either deployed or built myself have that staying power. And then when problems happen, support wasn't really that helpful outside of the individual components. Like if you buy an Asus motherboard, you buy an Asus graphics card, you buy the Asus sound cards, which, by the way, they made some really great sound cards too. I used to use them all the time. I just had issues with the pre-built units. That's just my 2 cents. Take it or leave it. An excellent chef. What's up? Been using Linux Mint on my main desktop and laptop for a few years now. I mean, that's nice. I like it. I mean, Linux Mint it's okay. I just like Pop! OS a little bit more because I think it has a little bit more polish. There's nothing wrong with Linux Mint per se. Although, personally, I still have that thought in the back of my mind from when I remember that their ISO server was actually shipping with malware installed in it. They fixed it, don't get me wrong. But that thought is still in the back of my mind. Not to say that, every project is immune from it, but it just happened. But Pop! OS is generally where I install things and operate with. But in the grand scheme of things, all Linux operating systems are more or less the same. It's just a compilation of different software and all that they have together. That's really what it's about. Manifest v3 is great for your privacy. Not only can you have your privacy, so can Alphabet. Well, it's all about that. Cash rules everything around me. Cream, get the money. But I do have to agree with you on that. Walking into the lab with Dr. Strangelove badge would be hilarious. I used to have a lot of fun when I was doing physical pen things. Where, I literally had a coat at one point when I worked at this one place that literally just had Dr. Love or, different funny, like there was Dr. Frankenstein or different various doctors that we'd have. I think one person actually had Doctor Who on their badge. And the funny thing was, the badge that they would actually pair it with literally was The Who, like the band, and the picture had the actual band in there, and people didn't really look. It was funny. But yeah, we would do a lot of different things. Physical security was more so of a concern in some of these places. Not to say that they wouldn't do software security as well, but a lot of the issues when it comes to cybersecurity, as I tell people, is it's humans. Humans are the weakest link for a lot of different things. That's why if I were to tell you to do one thing to improve your company's overall security, continual security training for the entire staff, upper level included. Everyone, no one's exempt from it. Continuous training. Whether it be, at the compliance, the phishing tests, things like that. But I will also say that not all phishing tests are built equal. They need to be gamified. So you need to have continual education in a gamified setting. And what I mean by it being gamified is literally just how it sounds. It's gamified. So like you have products out there, not affiliated with them, just telling you that this is a product I really like called Hawks Hunt. Hawks Hunt allows you to actually, I can pull it up for a sec so you can maybe get some insight. I wish I could pull up the dashboard for this, but obviously I can't because private info. So this company right here, Hawks Hunt, really, really great way for doing security awareness training and phishing testing. So what it can actually do they have like some examples here? They don't really show it, but when I was playing with it, you can do adaptive training, so it will actually, instead of just blast it out as an entire just batch to the entire company where you're all getting the same phishing test, it will individualize it to the different people at different skill levels. So let's say that, Alex starts out at the company, well, he's going to start out very low. Someone that's more senior is going to get the tougher test. But if you fail a test, it's going to show you why you failed the test. Then it's actually going to drop down the difficulty to regain your confidence so that you actually still do the phishing reports and everything like that. Because that's the other issue, is that if you make these tests too difficult, people are less likely to respond to email, and therefore you're less likely to gather the samples you need for the actual efficacy of the training. So you need to actually individualize and gamify your testing and everything. This is probably what I would recommend the most to businesses, is adaptive, gamified, individualistic training on the phishing and security compliance and everything. So Hawks Hunt has one of the better prices, not prices, I mean, they're for the price, it's pretty great too. But overall, one of the best packages to do all the things. Again, not affiliated with them. Just say I've played with their stuff and done a lot of and said a lot of great things. I'd love to get them implemented at where I currently work. I've used them a little bit in the past. Definitely can't say enough great things about them. I would rather have a Hawks Hunt phishing campaign over a know before or even a proof point phishing campaign, based on the quality of what I've seen in testing with Hawks Hunt, but that's just my 2 cents. We're catching up with the chat messages here. We're speed running this. High-vis vest and a clipboard is a free pass to anywhere. I agree with this. RFID cloner in my pocket. Yeah, you'd be surprised how many businesses are still using just straight up RFID and how easy it is to clone their badges and stuff. In fact, you can actually use a product, if you want to get fancy with it, called the GG tag. And you can actually reprogram the e-ink display on there to display the name and everything like that, and have it be the RFID badge at the same time. It's a fun product to use. I use it with different conventions because I can reprogram my name and everything like that. How about the blue team level 1? What do you mean level 1? Just like the beginners? Do you like Windows or Mac OS more? I am on Linux. I'm not a big fan of Windows or Mac for different reasons. I came from Mac. So my path to computers, to be an understanding, was, of course, I started in Windows like many other millennials did. I had Windows 95 and 98 in my bedroom as I was growing up. I was very privileged in that aspect because my dad had a computer consulting company, so we had several desktops in the house. I remember when we had our IBM X20 laptops, we had PCM CIA cards with Ethernet cables dangling out of them, and he had 10100 Ethernet wired throughout the house before we even had wireless. We had wired throughout the house in Ethernet before we had wireless connections everywhere. And then that was with an old Linksys WRT 54G. No, I think we had B before that. Yeah, we went B, then G quickly after that. We never went with wireless A except in those multi-band routers that you could get. But anyway, did Windows for many years. Then I went to Windows Vista pissed me off with the HDCP crap, and it broke a lot of my printers and everything. So I started switching to Linux for that reason, as well as Mac a little bit. So I was like in this world of using Windows, Mac, and Linux. I literally had a triple boot machine that was a Hackintosh, Windows, and Linux. Did that. Learned about Refit back at the time to be my bootloader to switch between the three. And then I think, what was it, in 2006 was when I started switching more to Linux. My first gaming laptop was a Ubuntu laptop I put together, those OCZ DIY kits, around 2008, 2009, somewhere around there. I was doing Doom and Quake and Enemy Territory Quake Wars and stuff like that. And then I was also, while I had my gaming laptop for Linux, I had a MacBook. The same MacBook I have around here. Sometimes I use as a doorstop. I have to find it later. 2011 MacBook Pro. That was my last MacBook that I had. And then when they started soldering the components, I swore off of them because Macs used to be pretty affordable in terms of you get what you got, because you could go to the store, buy the base model that you needed with the CPU version that you needed, and then immediately go to Micro Center and then replace the hard drive and memory with the amount you needed. So my MacBook Pro I got was given to me with a Core i5 in it. It was given to me from a prior place of work that I was at. That was how I upgraded to my Mac. And then I went to Micro Center and got 32 gigs of RAM for it and put a 750 gigabyte SSHD, a solid state hybrid drive. I went full on Linux when that Mac started to not be enough, and I was doing a lot of virtual machine work shortly after. And then I've just been fully living on Linux since around 2012? 2013. I think that's when I started, like, fully, completely being full-time on Linux and not just living with a foot in each world. But yeah, that's kind of the story of where I went with that. Need to understand Cocoa Pebbles in order to appreciate Fruity Pebbles, indeed. Of question, what do you think is the best Lenovo Legion handheld or best Lenovo Legion handheld or Asus ROG handheld? I would honestly say from the support side, you're probably going to get more support from Lenovo. But I think, what is it, on the spec side, you might get better from Asus. So it's kind of a trade-off for both. I think the Lenovo has more staying power in terms of if issues happen, you can contact the company and get support. Whereas Asus, I just haven't had a lot of great support with the pre-built units and everything like that. I've been powering through all these messages y'all have been flooding me with. Let's see. Steam Deck, it has more long-term support. Yep, I agree with that. Yeah. So it is powerful. Okay. Can you make a Foxit PDF tutorial? It won't fill the feed filled with my text, please. Well, I don't use Foxit. I haven't used Foxit in God knows. I think Windows 7 was around when I last used Foxit PDF. I use other tools for PDF reading, and I don't really forget what I use on Linux for the fields and such. But at work, we have the full Adobe suite, so that's pretty much what I use. So I'm not familiar with them. The good old days, free pizza. Hey, Nate Boggs. Missed you too, buddy. Hold that thought. I'm going to Walmart to get a bottle of kombucha. Okay? Okay. What's up, everybody? How's it going? Aluminium. Building in CPU, what is the best, RTX or Radeon 7000 XT? They're both fine GPUs. The question is what you're planning to do with them. If you're doing a lot of AI and LLM work, you're going to need those CUDA cores. If you're doing video rendering, you're going to probably want the NVIDIA side of things a little bit better. But what is it? How much is the NVIDIA 7600? Hold on. The AMD 7600 XT. What is the price? So that's $329. Okay, no, so they're going around for... Let me see. Amazon has them at like anywhere from 280 to 330. So let's get an NVIDIA 4070. Yeah, the NVIDIA is going to be twice the cost. The question is more so what you're doing with it. If you're just doing gaming, and that's all you're doing straight up, AMD should be fine. If you're trying to do more than just gaming, like you're trying to do video editing, you're doing streaming, you're doing, content creation, AI, LLM, all that kind of stuff, NVIDIA's probably going to be the better choice. Have you been holding XRP XLM for a while? No, I sold mine when it peaked a while ago. I'm mostly in Cardano, Bitcoin, and a little bit of Ethereum right now. I really haven't been doing much in terms of cryptocurrency. For the past few years, I kind of consolidated a lot of my positions. Yeah, and I sold XRP back when it was, I think $3. Yeah. Yeah, I sold XRP a while ago and made a bundle on it. My Cardano's doing well, though, because a lot of my Cardano I bought around, like, 8 cents or so, I think. But I'm not, like, a crypto bro. I'm a tech person who plays with cryptocurrency. I like to tinker with it from the research side of things. But also, XRP was banned because of the whole, like, SEC thing for a while, so... But, yeah, I think I did well with, the XRP stuff for a while. Could I have possibly, held on longer and possibly made more money? Potentially, but, I think I'm doing okay as it is. My main investment, though, is the 401k and Roth IRA that I have, as well as the stocks that I have. That's still where I primarily do most of my money. I did start getting into high yield savings account because I found out Public had that kind of stuff. So if you do want to get in on that, fix all of my Stream Element things for YouTube and everything. But yeah, I use Public. That's the thing I use. There's a little referral code for y'all on Twitch if you want to do that thing. It's been working pretty well for me. I got on there after I got off of Robinhood. I don't do my cryptocurrency buys through there. I do it through straight up Coinbase since Binance kind of went... Although the trick is, for those of you that complain about Coinbase having high fees and everything, if you switch to the advanced trading mode inside of Coinbase, your fees go down significantly. So, switch to the advanced trading mode, you can save a lot of money. And you don't have to pay for Coinbase One or anything like that. But yeah, so, in terms of cryptocurrency, yeah, I was holding them for a while. I got rid of a lot of the different cryptos because it was really hard to keep track of all the different cryptocurrencies that were in my wallet and everything, and I just consolidated. A lot of stock in DJT. I actually made a killing on oil. So some people are going to hate this, but when the pandemic started and oil hit an all-time low, I bought. That was all I bought for the longest time because I said, look, y'all are going to hate me for this. I know we need to move to better energy resources and everything like that. I mean, I'm all for renewable energies and everything, but the reality is it's something here to stay. So I put money in to oil, and I reaped a huge amount of rewards out of that. I just sat on it for 2 or 3 years. I remember when those stimulus checks came in, I put like, I think half of my stimulus money I got from both checks into oil, and I made enough money that it actually helped because it paid off for while I was in the, when I was unemployed for about 3 months or so. That money is what helped me pay for my bills and stuff. So I made a pretty good killing. The one thing I will say is, while I'm not a fan of Donald Trump, it did honestly bode well for my stocks when that was announced, Gary Gensler stepping down. The one thing that I've said for a long time is, whether you like it or not, Democrats needed to look more favorable towards cryptocurrency regulations and all that. Because whether you like it or not, a lot of regular people invested their money into cryptocurrency, even though my advice has always been cryptocurrency should be the last thing you should ever look at investing in. Not saying that you shouldn't invest in it, but that is after you should consider your 401k, your Roth IRA, your life insurance, and, investing into the general stocks and bonds markets as well as treasury bills. Consider all those things as well as a high yield savings account before you start putting money into cryptocurrency. And whatever money you do put into cryptocurrency should be money that you are okay with losing. So, because with cryptocurrency, there is the real risk you can lose money. They're very volatile assets. So, whatever money you throw in, consider it like you're going to Las Vegas. It's not gambling. Let me make that very clear. But, unless you're going with the shit coins and everything. But you need to think of it the same way that if I put this money all on 21 black, and I'm playing roulette, I could lose it all. So keep that in mind. Debian gang. I took a path where I'm currently at university on a CS course, cybersecurity. I'm on my way to computer science. I'm on my way to be a software engineer. Nice. Junior positions are very scarce right now. I'm struggling to find one as well. All I need it for a diploma. Wait, you need a security position and you need a junior position to get your diploma? Is that what I'm understanding there? Let me know if I'm understanding that right. I want to start a home lab. Our physical items are needed. You don't necessarily need physical items. It depends. So a home lab can be many different things. It can be physical devices. It can be spare computers. It could be brand new computers. It could be Raspberry Pis. It could be single board computers. It could be, PlayStation 2s or PlayStation 3s that you've reworked into being Linux computers. It could be any sort of thing. It can also, sorry, we need more liquids here. It could also just be a cloud lab. You could very much just have a cloud lab. That could be on AWS. It could be on Azure. It could be on Linode. It could be on DigitalOcean. It could be on Hetzner. It could be a compilation of any of these things. It could be a GitHub CI/CD, going into different. It depends on what you want to lab with. So if you're developing software, it could be learning more about the CI/CD pipelines, the security thereof, maybe with the things. If you want to learn about general IT, there's the networking side of things. So you can do networking. You can also use the I forget what the actual software is. I talk about it in the video that I was talking about with do you need college or boot camps to get into IT or cybersecurity video, which is on my YouTube. But there's a couple softwares I mentioned where you can actually virtually set up a lab. It's Cisco Packet Tracer, I think, is the software, if I'm not mistaken. So you could virtually do Cisco networking and stuff like that. So your lab doesn't need physical things. And let me make this also clear. Your lab doesn't have to be a very extravagant, expensive, a kit and caboodle combination of different hardware. Like, I know a lot of people look at my rack and they're like, wow, you've got this really expensive rack and you have all this stuff into it. You have to remember, that is what I have been doing, building up over now 7 years. That is my probably 5th iteration of my home lab. So bear in mind, everyone's home lab can be different than everyone else, or even better, GNS3. That's the other software. I mentioned that too in the video. I couldn't remember the two off my top of my head. Thank you for that. But yeah, there's many different ways you can do your home lab. They don't have to be fancy pieces of software or hardware. They can just be a second-hand pieces of software and hardware that, I've seen people go to Goodwills, get old computers, Beowulf them up, and there's all sorts of ways that you can, slice this way. It's more about how you use the hardware to benefit your learning than it is of what the entire lab as a whole is. So, look, I've literally gone dumpster diving in universities when they changed their semesters. I've gone through corporate sales when they start cycling hardware out, government auctions, things like that, to get a lot of the hardware I've had over the years. I've gotten it secondhand from companies that I've cycled out their hardware for. I've gotten it from when I used to work at Staples as an Easy Tech, and they would actually have the computers recycled. The manager was chill enough that he said, as long as I ripped the hard drive out and, I could actually keep the guts of the computer because they're recycling them. Anyway, it's just more about how you use the thing than what you have. So I've played with DigitalOcean to do a lot of lab stuff. I'm doing AWS soon to do some lab stuff. I know some people that play with Azure and lab stuff. There's some that have their own Git labs, some that, do Bitbucket. It's all about how you set up the things to benefit yourself. All that matters is, can it benefit you, your curiosity, and your path to better your education and understanding of your field. That's what it comes down to at the home lab. What do you think about Linux Red Hat? I think it's a pain in the ass, but a lot of businesses depend on it. They do have good support packages when it comes to businesses if you need engineering and stuff and different custom solutions and all that. Although since IBM's bought them, they've kind of Do I have the, right, how do I want to put it this way? Well, yeah, they've just kind of all been,
Get the money, dollar bill, yo.
but, yeah, Red Hat has kind of been going downhill since IBM bought them. They're still one of the premier ones if you need an actual enterprise solution. I know AWS Linux is also based off of the Red Hat, and it's one of the few paid-for Linuxes. But in an enterprise, that support is pretty beneficial. On a personal machine, it's a pain in the ass. Red Hat does do a few things to benefit the Linux community, like I use their virtual machine manager software. Let me see. I want to start at home. Okay, we got that. Do you hold any cybersecurity certifications? I've got CISSP. That's my only certification that I currently have. That was my first certification I've gone after in 10 years of the field, and that was because work had offered it to me. Find personal connections, jobs, fairs, events, etc. Don't give up, keep trying. Yep, and I have another video about like networking events in IT and cybersecurity and how you can find different events and things like that. Let's pull up my YouTube video. All right, so let's see if I remember, because I had one talking all about. The sad thing is, some of the most beneficial videos I have are also the ones that don't get viewed a lot. La 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 la. Ah, here we are. Boop. Do you really need college or boot camps to get into IT and cybersecurity? Definitely a video I recommend to a lot of people. Made that 2 months ago. Another video that was made 2 months ago. Must attend cybersecurity events and tips for finding tech networking opportunities. So definitely a great video to watch if you want to learn how to network in cybersecurity and all of that jazz. And also, make sure to check out the YouTube channel. I do work on making content. I try to put out a video like once a week or so. So, keeping that out there. Is an older printer more worth it than a newer printer? Are you talking about a 2D printer that's just printing on paper? It depends on the printer itself. If you're getting one of those enterprise printers that has a drum and everything like that, they can be worth a little bit more. But generally, I don't recommend buying printers secondhand because printers just, they're a pain in the ass. How about trackball mice? My colleagues scoff at my collection of trackballs. I made my own. This is my trackball that I use for my streaming PC because it's a little bit more compact. This is an open source mouse made by Ploopy. So I bought the sensor, I bought the kit, and then I soldered the sensor on, 3D printed the case to be my design, so I gave it like this little two-tone design with PETG because the parts they would have sent you were in PLA, and I like doing PETG stuff. It's 3 different pieces, the top, bottom, and then the ball carrier over there. There's some ball bearings in there. And then what I did was I went around looking for a vintage 8-ball that fit this, because this is a non-standard pool ball, because it's pretty small if you notice. And that's my mouse over there. It's using a USB-C connection, and it uses QEMK to manage the actual mouse itself, so I can manage it on Mac, Windows, and Linux. So I like trackball mice. They're not my go-to for everyday computing things, but they are my go-to for when I need a mouse to be a little bit more compact. Because if you look at my streaming setup over here, it's kind of cramped, and I have to be very efficient with my space, and think very European along that line. How do you do so many Linux videos without doxing yourself, showing your screen and such? Only thing that keeps me from doing TikToks for Linux. Well, what I do is I make sure there's no real personal information there. It's just kind of the same thing I do, whether it's on my work computer or stuff like that. And I don't put a lot of my personal stuff, per se, outside of certain windows. I also manage personal accounts and all that in different sessions. So there's a few things I do with it, and it's also a matter of whenever I do record a video, I check whatever's on the screen, what's in the background, and I, double check everything as I record it and all of that. It's just regular general tech hygiene. It's nothing really fancy. That's what it comes down to. You gotta see this. Okay, what did you send me just, Dev? Alright, let's see. Bruins unveil new bronze bear statue to commemorate 100 years of hockey in Boston. Okay. It's a bear. Okay. What am I missing something here? What's the big hoopla about this? I'm kind of confused. What's the big deal about this? So they made a bear statue. But here's the thing. If I see a bear statue, some of y'all are probably too young to know this. SNL. Stop bears, 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 stop bears. That old SNL skit, it's probably too old for you to understand. Bring Femboy Coin to the moon. Love my SBCs. Love mine too. I need to get more into doing my SBC products. I'm gambling on playing the options game. High reward. So, when it comes to stocks with options, the honest truth is you're not really going to make that money in most cases. A lot of people lose a lot of money. That's the honest truth. The average day trader as well, the ones that do options and things like that, make about minimum wage when you break it down. That's the honest truth. Yeah, just topping off the old adult juice there. We've got our Portuguese adult juice. Saúde. Seriously? You know what? I wonder this. I gotta look this up. Wine cork with a straw. The straw hack for snatching up bits. A wine straw. I knew it. I knew it. There's a wine straw. No. Even better. The Guzzle Buddy. Hold up. Let me get this for you. This is what I need, okay? It's a cork you put on your wine bottle. Look at that. That's what I need. You see, I think Twitch and YouTube wouldn't have an issue with it. I think TikTok's the one that would be a prick about it. It's like $15 on Amazon, though. The problem is, if I buy this, that's just gonna scream AA meeting is in my future. I can just see it now. I buy that. Suddenly, Chief's over one day saying, "Hi there, my name's Moshe, and I'm an alcoholic." Ugh. It already is in your future. Probably. Probably. This dude's got it on a beer bottle. Oh, they got the beer. They have a beer version. See, I don't know. The beer one just feels less classy, okay? I don't know. There's just something about it. Whereas the wine one makes me go pinky out, you know? Gotta be all fancy and shit. Pinky's out. But yeah, also, I'm kind of excited for the Paths of Exile game. It'll be interesting to play. I've heard good things about them. So I have it pre-ordered. I think that's coming out on December 6th. I don't know what I'm getting into. My understanding is it is Diablo-like, and more of a spiritual successor for Diablo 2 than Diablo 4 was. So that'll be interesting to see. I'm using Unraid for VMs also. You know, Unraid is something I haven't really played much with. The problem is I don't have a lot of time to tinker with things. At least as much as I would like to. Page 1. Did you really clip that? Sure, you clipped that. But you don't clip some of the other stuff. How rude.
She even got me on camera.
Best MDM solution. Well, I wouldn't say... So there's a lot of MDM. I mean, if you're talking MDM, I presume that you're talking about Apple specifically. Jamf is probably one of the ones that is the most well-reputable ones. But when it comes to my overall day-to-day for small business needs, things like that, I'm really a big fan of JumpCloud. JumpCloud simplifies things a lot for a small to medium-sized business because you can have your Mac, Windows, and Linux, configurations, all that, in one product. Intune can do a little bit of things, but yeah, generally Jamf is what I see a lot for the Apple side of things, but if you're on a smaller end of business, JumpCloud is probably one of the better solutions I would look at overall. They, you can do things a la carte so that you can have it packaged in for your Mac, Windows, and Linux, and they used to have a, what do you call it? They had their old plan that I've grandfathered in that I tinker with, the 10 free users and devices free forever plan. They don't do that anymore because I found out one of the reasons why was when people would compromise Okta and things like that, they would spin up a new JumpCloud account, use that new tenant to take over as the new identity provider as part of the attack. So it kind of sucks that bad actors are the reason why we can't have nice things, but it is what it is. They have a 30-day trial. You can try them out. I like them a lot. You can deploy your app packages the way that you need, so you can have it push applications through Chocolatey, and it can manage your Mac, Windows, and Linux environment pretty well. Plus, you can have like SSH keys tied to your logins and things like that for the Linux side of it. I like it. It works pretty well. Sorry, my asthma's been like really crazy this whole week. But yeah. Oh, what? The wine glass is already in my future? Yeah, you got a big rack of ribs. But yeah. Power ran through all those comments and everything like that. But yeah, as far as MDM, JumpCloud is definitely something to check out. Jamf is another one. Oh, and just a shameless plug right now. Do make sure to check out the Discord if you haven't already. You can go to discord.chiefgeek3d.com or, go into the links in bio for the Discord. There's also the Matrix server. The Discord server is admittedly a little bit bigger. We do movie nights on there as well every Saturday. We just finished, what was it? Demolition Man. We did Demolition Man last night. Had a few people show up to that and was in the voice chat of Discord. It's a fun time. Get to watch old movies. I think this Saturday we will do RoboCop. Yeah, you joined, then you left to go to bed. You were working hard because you've been loading up to the Christmas trees and everything, right? If I'm not mistaken. Also, Blue Sky is still popping off. Honestly, I think my Blue Sky is going to be bigger than my Mastodon starting next year. Get opening shift today. Oh, nice. That's so do you have like a set schedule in retail, or do they just kind of dick you around and say, you're working this day, you're working that day? If I play my Spotify playlist on stream, how do I avoid copyright? So the main thing is you have to make sure it's not on your VOD track. So the way that I do this is because I play music very often through Apple Music and such. It's kind of a pain to show it because I'm on my second PC right now. But if you right click on your audio mixer over there, you're going to go to Advanced Audio Properties. Essentially what you're going to do is you're going to set your Twitch. So if I remember by default, use TikTok Live Studio. Oh, then you're kind of boned. That was one of my issues with TikTok Live Studio. TikTok Live, I use straight OBS. I have a stream key for my OBS. I got a live agency to give me a key. It didn't cost me anything. It's one of those, like, you just work with them and they do it. Yeah, TikTok Live Studio was a pain in the ass to work with. It had a lot of overhead. But yeah, with TikTok Live, but basically the main thing is, with Twitch, you have a VOD track. And you have a streaming track. So everything that I have that is going to the VOD, the video on demand, is track 1. So everything I do, the sounds, all that goes to track 1. But then certain things, like Brave Browser and all that, I have on track 2, and that is set to not play music to track 2. So that's the important thing, is you basically have to make sure that, only the stuff that you want to go to VOD is allowed. The other thing you have to do is, I need to get an allergy pill in a second. Sorry, I'm getting a little stuffy here. The main thing you have to do as well is, by default, most people when they're doing streaming, because they're doing it off their main computer, they're capturing all the sounds on their computer and just using the desktop source. You can't do that. What you need to do is individually have every source in. So if you were to look at my OBS, you would see that I have a track for my background music, a track for Brave Browser, which I'm using for Apple Music because I normally use Firefox, so I have 2 different browsers. I have a different one for Chrome browser, a different one for the Discord chat, so if I ever go into Discord and I have people on chat with me, that goes through, a different one for iTunes, a different one for the mic, different one for Stream Elements, different one for the Stream Deck, so there's a different track for every single sound, and all of those are set to go to track 1, which is the streaming track, and then track 2 is stuff that doesn't go to the VOD. So YouTube is using track 2, so if you're on the YouTube stream, you're not hearing the background music. You're not hearing the music that I'm actually playing because YouTube didn't allow me to do the split streams. Twitch is. So Twitch gets the music in the background, but it doesn't stick to the VOD. So yeah, it's a little bit of trial and error. The main thing is that I use straight up OBS to make sure all the stuff that I want to have go to the stream goes to the stream, and then everything that I don't want in the VOD that can give copyright issue doesn't get stuck. So, that's basically what it comes down to. Stuff, fanboy, on a Friday night. You nasty. I used to use TikTok Live Studio. It's a very clunky software. But yeah, I hope that really helps you out. I used to use TikTok Live Studio. I found it was a pain to work with, because how I used to do things was I would literally have OBS up just for the Twitch stream. Then I'd have TikTok Live Studio for the TikTok stream. And then I'd have to set up the sources separately and everything. So it takes a little bit of work. There's a little bit of trial and error. But yeah. Also, let me check something. Hold on. I also may have to use the bathroom in a little bit. No, you. No, I'm nasty. Alright, so I found a live follower counter, because the issue that I found with Blue Sky is once you get 1,000 followers, it doesn't tell you specifically how many you have. Yeah, I'm about to cross 2,100. I'm not saying that as like, oh, yay, look at me, I'm so popular. What's blowing my mind is the rate of growth of Blue Sky. That is what's blowing my mind more than anything. This is growing even faster than Mastodon. If we take into account that Mastodon I took very seriously, starting in, what was it, October of 2022, if I'm not mistaken. Whereas Blue Sky, I technically started in April of 2023, but I didn't take it seriously until this past August. And I had maybe 100 or so followers at most in August. And then it just started blowing up a lot faster. And Blue Sky itself is averaging about 1 million new users every 3 or 4 days, and right now it's slowing down to a rate of, it looks like, every 6 or 7 days. But that's still substantial growth, and as long as it's continuous, that's what matters more than anything. I don't think it's going to be a serious competitor to Threads and Twitter right now. In the short term, I think if it gets continual growth, you're going to start seeing more stress against Twitter and Threads, probably starting early Q2 of 2025, with a real possible threat against Threads and Twitter in Q4 of 2025, if this rate continues. Because, like, what are we talking about? Let's pull up the calculator here for a second. If we're talking about, what is it, 7 days at a slow rate right now of growing 1 million, so let me see. If it keeps growing at this rate in 70 days, what are we looking at? Like, well, then you have exponential curves and stuff like that. I see, well, let's just put it simply put. I think by end of Q1, Blue Sky could potentially have doubled its user base. That's what I'm seeing right now. Now, the rate of exponential growth is, of course, going to slow down over time because you can only have so many users, but it's going to be interesting. Now, there's also been a correlation I've noticed every time that Twitter / Elon Musk does a stupid thing, more people go over to Blue Sky. Hold on, Blue Sky B counter. All right, let's see. There we go. So this is about the slowest I've seen Blue Sky growing right now. 1.79 users per second. I've seen it as low as like 1.4, but this is around the slowest. I've been seeing it at like the 16 users per second for a few weeks and everything like that. So, if we were to... Hold on. Let's do some math here. Alright, let's bring out the Excel spreadsheet. I'm blinding everyone. I don't know why it does this. Alright, let's say... rate of growth. Okay, so let's say, what do we have right now? Let's see what it gets for the recycle. We're at 1.79. Let's see if it dips down. Okay, it's at 1.8. Hey, thank you for the follow, the few defenders. So we have 1.8, and that's users per second. All right, so every minute we have B2 times 60. Oh, B1, because I am in B2. 3. That's why when a lot of people say that this is actually, like, not looking that amazing. Okay, it's another 60, because that's the hour. Day. That would be B3 times 24. B4 times 7. Month. B5 times 30. Equals B6 times 3. So if Blue Sky were to sustain the current rate that they're at right now, which I don't see it though. Yeah, I know it's a week. That's why it's times 7. It's 7 days. B7 times 4. And let's format these cells. So honestly, you're not going to get like 400 million people in a year. That's a little bit ridiculous there to expect that it's going to get all 400 million people. Wouldn't it be B5 times 4 for 4 week? Yeah, I think I have a little math issue there. B5 times 4. Yep, that throws the math a little bit better. I was thinking times 30 because I was going by day. Brain fart. Thanks for catching that. So yeah, as you can see, that drops it down quite a bit. So 50 million users, that's doable in a year. So if Blue Sky manages to have this amount of growth, 1.8, that's feasible. And let me see. So yeah, that's amazing that it can still grow by 1 million users every week. Now, seeing as you have roughly 24 million as it is, give or take, and as you can see, the rate of growth has actually slightly increased within the time we're doing this. So even if we gave it a more conservative number, like 1.4, you're still looking at 40.6 million users. Even if it drops down to 0.5 users, you're still seeing a little nice substantial growth that can happen over time. Let's say that's one user every 2 seconds, which is honestly, I think, the lowest I've seen it get. But right now, it's at 2. So I'd say a conservative number of 1.4 on average. Yeah, 1.4, 40.6 million in the next year. But of course, it has an ebb and flow given, anything, because I was also seeing it when Blue Sky was really popping a few weeks ago. We were at a rate of 16. Now, to give you an idea, you basically had the network double in about a week. It was insane, the amount of growth they were seeing. But yeah, realistically, I think 1.4 users per second on a more conservative side of things, because it has an ebb and flow, will be very interesting to see. But right now, you're seeing a 2-person flow. And if that man can, and 2 has still been at the lower number and everything like that. So, you have Jazz's stats over here. This is the Blue Sky Index, where a lot of this information is coming from, and it's using the actual Blue Sky API, by the way. I'm gonna have to get an allergy pill in a second here. That's what's amazing about this entire platform, is overall, this information is completely open for anyone to see. Like, you want to see a visualization of what's coming down the fire hose right now of Blue Sky. This is the live feed of what's coming down the Blue Sky fire hose in the relays. This is open for anyone to see. How do I report a post on Blue Sky for using lollytag and nasty such? So the way that you can do this is you actually subscribe to moderation feeds. So let's get a post here, for example. I'm not going to actually report them, but we'll give you an example here. So I hit report post. Now, if you notice, I have different moderation services because I've subscribed to several moderations, whether it be Black Sky, Blue Sky. The Blue Sky moderation is the actual moderation service. You also have U.S. government contributions because that's what I use for the tagging of different government employees. Skywatch Blue. And then you also have the Microsoft labeler and stuff. I'll go through what those are. But in this case, you can just use the base Blue Sky moderation thing. And then from there, you would, type it in. You can check off what other additional moderation services you want to report this to. Put the text down there, hit the send report, and then it goes from there. So that's how you do a report. Now, as far as these other feeds and everything, the way that these work is you can subscribe to different labelers that actually tell you different things and do different kinds of processing. So in the case, I have this one from Skywatch Blue that looked a little fun. So I can actually have it show, it will label for different things on top of the Blue Sky moderation. So do you want to see ALF, Alt Tech, Beans? You want people to see if it's a Blue Sky Elder, warn if it's a slur, the dinosaur emoji, disinformation networks. There's lots of different settings you can have here based on the processing for moderation services. So your moderation service could actually be a third-party unofficial one that isn't affiliated with the official Blue Sky moderation service. So for a lot of the people that complain that businesses are not doing enough for moderating the different social media networks, you can actually take a little bit more power and control over moderation, and people can then subscribe to additional feeds to do different things. So, for example, in terms of the labelers, if I want to see somebody's legitimately with Microsoft and everybody, they've actually made a Microsoft labeling service where Microsoft employees can actually label if they are with Microsoft. Not everyone's gone through it yet, it's just a recent thing, but you can start seeing labels here for Microsoft people that have actually signed up through the labeling service, so it can help give us a little bit more trust, as well as you want US government officials. So I have a labeler that actually shows me the top 3 donors and industries that they are involved in with these different politicians. So I can get a better idea, and this is pulling from Open Secrets, by the way. So this gives me a little bit more transparency as well on where politicians stand and everything for me. And this is an optional thing that I can, sign up for, so that I can have better labeling, control, moderation of the different posts. And of course, I can control my moderation a little bit more better than, say, Twitter, TikTok, or any other platform I've really been on, which is a big reason why I'm liking Blue Sky. I'll need you to help me with those things later. Yeah, definitely. You can DM me. You got my Discord. But yeah, this is a big reason why I'm liking Blue Sky. You have a lot more control over here, and you can also, control your feed. It's all about control. You have more control over your feed, more control over your moderation, more control over a lot of different things, and I'm a little bit happier to go and block different people and all that that are just there to antagonize or be trolling, as well as there's one important feature that we have in Blue Sky that I really wish a lot of threads would support. So as you see, I have these different moderation services. You can control, do you want to see adult content, things like that. So in the Blue Sky moderation service, I can also security concerns. You can hide a lot of this stuff, impersonation, misinformation. I can hide scams, engagement farming. Like this would be so amazing to have on Threads, on TikTok, on Twitter. Like just these base features here for moderation. I mean, you have like just being rude, threats, intolerance, extremism. This is a lot of stuff that I wish that every other social media in general just had, period. As well as having the control over a lot of that stuff. So that's basically my 2 cents when it comes to that side of things. But I still find this fire hose right here of information. Now, what I'm curious about... see, I can't, click any of these. This would be a trippy screensaver. Just, leave it like that. Just have a live feed of information coming through. Have a representation of all the stuff that is getting sucked into your skull. Just got me a Bamboo Lab A1 combo mini with ALS light. Can't wait to try this thing out when it comes. Nice. Yeah, I hear good things about the Bamboo Labs. I'm just still more partial to my Prusa, but I'm probably going to end up buying that new Prusa Core XY that they have. Eventually. That's really interesting that this is actually the fire hose representation of tech of the messages. You tired again? Take a nap, buddy. You deserve it. Yep, just trying to get the 3D printer business up and running. That's a tough business to get into. I'm just being honest with you. I'm not just saying in terms of getting the 3D printing going, but doing the actual business aspect of it and all of that and keeping the printers up and running and all that. It's a lot of work. So best of luck to you, buddy. I did okay with it, but it also took a lot out of me. I do eventually want to get the Core XYs, maybe slowly get back into doing some 3D printing things, but we shall see. I'm off tomorrow, but want to get some other work to power through. Yeah, I understand that. All right, I am going to take a quick break for a second. I got to use the bathroom. Then we're going to, we can still talk, hang out, and, all that stuff. But I got some games that I bought through the Steam sales, and let's see how they work on Linux. So, be right back in a few minutes, and then we can hang out some more. Where's the BRB? Yeah, be right back. I just realized I gotta buy more allergy pills because all I have is the ones with Sudafed. But it will do fine for now. That's a lot. Gotta start somewhere. It's a tiny 3D printer. I hope to work up from there. Yeah, I hope it works out for you. Just make sure that you plan ahead for expenses as well as downtime, spare parts, things like that. Learn the printer in and out, because that's going to be the bigger issue, is over time dealing with all of that stuff and everything that goes there. Oh, also forgot to mention, there was a one of the cool things that I found at Web Summit, which was one of the decent products, was this. This is Secrets Vault. So this, I'll make sure to drop a link as well in the Discord for everyone. I think it's secretsvault.xyz. Yeah. So secretsvault.xyz allows you to use an image to secure your password, and it's not steganography. So this is something that I actually wanted to play with. They do have a way for you to test it out. So this is one thing that interests me, is they're like, sign in with Ethereum. Who the hell is going to log in with their Ethereum for it? So obviously we can do Google, Discord, and GitHub. So, let's the loading screen baits. Nice. Yeah, my friend set that up. We'll set this in to log in very quickly. Okay. So this is an interesting concept. Okay, so we're going to add a secret here. All right. So supposedly you can do a test. I can do a camera. Okay, so I see. It's associating. Yeah, I'm going to have to play with this a little bit more. I'm definitely going to be sharing this out in the chat. Now, the guy that I was talking to when I was at Web Summit that had this project, Secrets Vault, as soon as I said to him, look, I'm a cybersecurity expert. You don't have to give me the marketing jazz. Just tell me the straight up story. He was very real with me, and he told me, you're specifically the kind of person I want testing this product out. Be critical on it. Beat it up. He wants very harsh criticisms that, can be constructive to give feedback on this product. So that's why I'm trying to do my due diligence to share this product out there. I have no affiliation with them other than I met them at Web Summit. I talked to them about their product, said their product seemed like an interesting concept, and I'll see about giving them some feedback and sharing it to some people. That's as far as my affiliation goes. I met the guy in person, and he had a pretty sound, interesting product. So that's why I'm telling you all about it. So it's secretsvault.xyz. That was probably one of the very, very few products I saw all of Web Summit that I actually was like, this actually looks nice. So they're talking about maintain full self-custody. I don't know how that's going to work because they're hosting things and everything. Maybe it's just because it's the demo version they have. They've got the entire technical documentation over here. So, yeah, let's see. Visual passcodes. Sites are just a little bit slow. But yeah, the thing I like about it is it's not based on steganography. So from when I was there and I was playing with it, the thing they explained to me is imagine you're just like, I need my password to access the thing, and you can share the image to yourself over WhatsApp or anything like that. Now, the thing I have to play with is how compression affects the image. So, like, if I take the image and I compress it, does it then change the association? Do I have to make sure to have the exact image there? Like, so that's what I'm going to have to play with and a few other things. But it looks like a really interesting piece of technology. The other thing that I saw at the show, and I talk a little bit more about these things in the upcoming YouTube video I have, which, by the way, the upcoming YouTube video is one of the very few videos you're going to see me talk specifically about a political issue, because it actually does rear its ugly head in this situation, because I have to speak about the international conflict that is, the whole Israel versus Palestine conflict, and how that actually rippled out into Web Summit and the effects there, because there was a controversy that happened in 2023 that was rearing its head in 2024. And honestly, there was definitely a significant decline in presence of different industries that I had noticed, because last year there were some comments made that caused Amazon, Meta, Intel, and a few organizations, speakers, and startups to pull out. And some of those people did not return this year as well. So But yeah, with that being said, this was one of the cooler technologies I saw out there, which was probably one of the few applications I saw of AI um, actually in a meaningful way. Let me see if I can pull this up. Stratatech. Stratatech.pt. So they're in Portugal. All right. So they have this Strata Fox, and the idea is that it actually. They don't have any videos to show. I got to see the video of it actually in action when I was at Web Summit. But the idea is basically it can capture layer by layer the powder for metal 3D printing to make sure the resistance is correct. And then if there are issues, it can stop the print midway rather than you have to do the entire print and then have quality control issues. You can then clean the printer, set it up, do whatever you need, and then get back to printing. Whereas you would, so it reduces a lot of wasted material and time and things like that. That was a really cool thing that came from Web Summit that I saw. There was another product out there. Hold on, I'm flipping through my information that I had. There's a small little pile here. There's Hypify. There was Tara Solutions. Sick to Do was a really great governance and compliance tool. Where was it? I'm gonna have to remember what that was. But there was an app that I saw mentioned about, which was it was basically Duolingo, but teaching you how to cook. So you could actually get lessons little by little as to what different things are and how they work in terms of your cooking. And it would give you like these little gamified lessons on all that stuff. It was actually really, really cool of a concept. And I was like, yeah, a lot more people need this. I could have used that in college to help me learn more about tinkering and all of that stuff. So, yeah. Oh, also, there was QNova that was at Web Summit, which was talking about post-quantum encryption for VPNs and stuff like that. So there's already companies out there that are working with post-quantum encryption for different various aspects of things that we're going to need to consider in a post-quantum computing world. What did the bot say? Oh yeah, when I played the bot. Let's observe chat in its natural habitat in the wilds of Chief Geek 3D's chat. A new follower, the two defenders, joins the pack. It's just Dev preens for their upcoming wardrobe change with Dickies while pondering the mysteries of time slots and account creation. A brief ad migration occurs, led by Chief Geek 3D's trivia call to the herd. As night falls, It's just Dev retreats to the lurk in the shadows. A fun little bot, I have to say. I need to get another key light over here because I feel like I'm not getting enough lighting, that it's kind of whiting up my face, which is one of the things I'm looking to do. Which, by the way, in 2025, I am working to be a little bit more serious about my content creation so I can up the quality a little bit. Not talking in terms of 4K quality, but having equipment so I can do more diverse things. For example, I definitely want to clean off my desk. I want to convert this camera that I have over here. Great camera, don't get me wrong. But I want to convert that to an overhead camera. So when I'm tinkering with devices, I can have a camera actually look at my desk and we can capture, what I'm actually working on with my hands. And I can switch over to maybe an Elgato teleprompter device with maybe like a Sony ZV-E10. I'd like to upgrade that for a camera than what I'm using now. No, there's nothing wrong with this camera. It's just I want to be able to do a little bit more. I want to improve the quality, and then I also want to look at how I can record better on the go, because if I happen to make it to DEF CON this year, I want to be able to do a little bit more. I'm not going to do like discussions on the floor, but let's say I'm meeting up with friends at lunch and everything. I want to be able to record us on the go, have some mics up, and we can talk about different things and, maybe actually stream while I'm at DEF CON. That'd be fun. DEF CON and B-Sides, I think that'd be pretty fun to have y'all experience things and get a little bit more on the ground feel of what's going on. Plus, I'd like to do a daily vlog of DEF CON and what all I'm experiencing there. I've learned recently how to do some blurring out of things, so I think that'll be valuable to do some Gaussian blur and stuff like that so that I can record and blur things out and keep people's privacy while I'm, maybe going to DEF CON and B-Sides and stuff like that. Because I don't want to be that annoying guy with like the selfie stick going, we're recording everything. I don't want to do that. I want to do things in a tasteful way to give y'all the experience of what it looks like when you are at DEF CON and B-Sides, like maybe a haul shot of just walking around, seeing what it's like, getting the views of different people and, people that want to talk on a microphone, their views and everything like that, so we can maybe get some on-the-ground interviews. Because there were some amazing people I ran into every year at DEF CON and B-Sides, and there will probably be some more amazing people, some people that I've already hung out with before and currently are, aware of and, hang out with that are friends and everything. And I want to, get their thoughts on different things. Because we talk about some really amazing things, and I want to get a lot of that stuff, shared with more people that haven't been able to get the experience, because I know that I'm in a very privileged position to be able to experience the things that I do right now, and I want to make sure that the next generation that's getting into tech and cybersecurity gets to experience some of the things that I'm doing so they can have the ability to learn from us as well. I do understand not everyone has the time nor the money to be able to go to some of these events, and I think it'd be helpful if I gave some people the experience to that. With that being said, though, I did buy a few games. I bought BioShock Remastered, BioShock 2 Remastered. Oh yeah, I also got Borderlands 3. I forgot about that. So I got Borderlands 3. And then I also got just install that too. Gears 5. So I was also looking at, Far Cry 6. I kind of saw some mixed reviews on Far Cry 6. So I didn't really go and grab it. I did also pre-order, whatchamacallit, Path of Exile 2. So next week we can start playing that, for sure. As well as I still want to get into the Elder Scrolls games and all of that stuff. I'm just deciding what do I want to play right now. Let's see. Well, we've got Gears 5, BioShock 2. We can always do Borderlands 3 another time. So, I guess that's a good question. Do we want to do the BioShock? I think I'll probably, See, the problem is, like, Gears 5, I've been wanting to play that just because I'm a big Gears of War fan. So I've been wanting to get my hands on the original Gears of War discs for a while, so that way I can play the original Gears of War, because 1, 2, and 3 were epic nostalgia for me. But getting them on Linux is not that easy. So let's see if Gears 5 launches at all. Or I'm just curious. Yeah, so let's get Gears 5. Switch that over for a second. And then what we're going to do over here, I'll share my screen so you can see. We're going to go to the compatibility. And yeah, let's make it use the latest Proton that I have installed here, 9-16. And I think I already got the audio split out, so it should just work. I'll be curious if this game works or not at all. There's only a few bucks, so we shall see. Okay, so it's installing the Easy Anti-Cheat service. Now, I did see that people were having good reviews with it. Now, obviously, we'll be doing the campaign of things. And it's running the little install script over there. So we just got to give that a little second. This is literally the first time I'm launching it, so if it runs or fails, we will find out together. Okay. Is it doing a thing? A graphics card was not found. Okay. Let's see if I uncheck the Proton GE. Otherwise, I'm going to have to look for some possible fixes before I try refunding the game. Is it gonna launch? Okay, it's running the install script again because it's a different Proton prefix. Welcome to Linux, where your life is basically just trial and error. That's just computers in general, to be honest. And I did all my updates and rebooted right before I started the stream, too. So, we shall see. Okay. Yep. It still can't find that. So I will do some troubleshooting into that later. In the meantime, let's do the original BioShock then. So let me switch that. If I figure out what the hell actually caused the issue with this launching and everything, I will make sure to share that in the Discord. Now, I did hear that, what was it, 2K, removed the launcher requirements, because do you remember that whenever you used to launch a 2K game, it used to have you do the little 2K launcher, and you'd, like, basically hit the play button to launch the 2K launcher to hit play from there? So my understanding is it should just jump right into the game once it's loaded up. Provided that it's not going to be a dick about this game, too. It should be fine. It has a better rating on ProtonDB. Okay, yep, so it's, processing the Vulkan shaders, which is a step that happens beforehand on many games. Okay, so far so good. Okay, it just crashed. That's fun. We'll see if it does it again. It might just be the Proton version that I'm using for it. Because I know BioShock Infinite works. And Infinite was a fun game. Well, it should only be the default settings if it didn't launch the first time. Okay, let me check this out. Alright, so we're going to go to protondb.com for those of you not aware. If you go to protondb, this lets you see all the games going on. So it does have a gold rating, not a platinum rating. Game fails in the same place every time. Okay, so someone's saying if I put no intro, is it failing because of the intro? Okay. Nope. Still crashing. But launch options, build gay. Okay, those are months ago, though. Proton use wine 3D. Proton no esync. Minus no intro. So let's use the default version of Proton that comes with it. Although he's using Proton GE in the top result, which was 2 days ago. There's also a chance that I might need to do another reboot. Hold on. Let's go. Compatibility. All right. GE. General. Let's take those settings there. So no eSync, no F-Sync, and use wine, all that. Okay. They're on Peppermint OS. Those are kind of low specs for a system there. I wonder if it's the remastered version because it's giving issues with that. Nope. So I'm going to just check something here. So BioShock Infinite I know works. And I do like the BioShock series. I just wanted to feel nostalgic and go back to the original BioShock. So will this work? That's the major question here. Okay, it's doing another validation thing. Okay, so you need to get your shaders, do your thing. Come on. Yeah, as you can see, I played this quite a bit. Okay, so yeah, there's definitely something wrong with my GPU. Hold on. NVIDIA SMI. Alright, let's do a quick reboot on the Windows, not Windows, the Linux side of things. Although it shouldn't really have an issue, but We've seen Stranger Things where you need a reboot to get your computer working to do the thing, so it is what it is. That's the downsides of computer work and all that. Maybe it works, maybe it doesn't. But I do notice that sometimes when I've done different things, it sometimes doesn't get unhooked from the GPU. I haven't had issues with the NVIDIA 560 drivers, but I know some people have. So, don't know if that's playing a role. I also can't wait until the new Pop! OS 2404, because then I can get Wayland and possibly do some gaming and stuff just a little better than everything else. Because X11, I mean, it works okay, but it's a little bit dated of a system. Alright, so now we've got my computer booted up again. Let's open up my Social Stream Ninja and get my chats brought in so I can see all of you. Cool. Yep. Alright. Got my chats brought in. Let's get bash opt reset pipe wire. And open up my Steam. Alright, now let's hit play and see what happens. It's still launching. It's still launching. Come on. Come on, computer. Yeah, play anyway. Not like there was a save for it to sync. No. There we go. Yeah, I just had to reboot. Go figure. That was probably the issue with Gears, too. Okay. Now that I know that that can work, I gotta, you know, at least see, will Gears work? Get Proton GE for a little bit of better performance. I will be shocked if this actually ends up working. Sometimes, unfortunately, that's like the biggest issue I find with Linux a lot of times with games, is that it will need a random reboot for whatever reason, didn't get hooked in, even though I've already rebooted the machine beforehand. Well, it looks like it's, doing something. It's just kind of hanging on this loading screen. Are we doing a thing? Is it doing a thing? Is it just taunting me? I also don't remember if I played Gears of War 4. I know I played 1 through 3. Which one was 4 about? I do remember that Gears of War 1 changed a lot of the ways that we, like, looked at video games and stuff. Just the graphics and stuff were so ahead of their time. It was Quite amazing. Are you doing a thing? It's just still, like, hanging over here. I don't know what to do. Alright. Don't you love it when a game just hangs there? Doesn't give you any information, it's just there. Are we gonna do a thing? I love how I keep trying to instinctively check my wrist even though I took my watch off. I wonder if shutting the game down and then starting it again is gonna maybe kick things in. There we go. So now it worked. Sort of. There we go. Remains running instead, and you can kill it instead of rebooting. Yeah, I could do that. But I'm also I have this condition, it's called laziness. Sometimes rebooting is just a lot quicker. God damn it. You need me to log into my... You need me to log in. I don't remember my Xbox Live stuff. Is it in my Bitwarden? Give me a second. I'm gonna see if I can pull it up. Come on, Bitwarden, load up. Alright, do we have... Damn it, it's in my, key pass. Okay, this is gonna be another time for that. So BioShock it is. But at least we confirmed that it can launch. So, that's good. So yeah, we'll go to BioShock Remastered. That's annoying. I forgot Microsoft does that dickish thing where it's like, you gotta log in! Alright. We got a new game. We're gonna accept it. Man, I don't even remember most of this game. It came out so long ago. I kind of remember the premise of you can modify yourself and there are the daddies and the little girls, and it was kind of effed up with the story and kind of a interesting steampunk vibe. So I do remember, yeah.
They told me. Son, you're special. You were born to do great things. You know what? They were right.
So we're flying in Pan Am, 1960s. I don't even know my own age. I came out so long ago. So I do remember the whole concept and premise of BioShock was really groundbreaking at the time. It's still an amazing story, if I recall, even to this day. I wonder how well the game holds up. Now, I know that this is the remastered version, so there's some better graphics and stuff like that. But does the game itself hold up? The other question I have is, did we get the answer on if this plane crash was intentional? Oh, right. I have control. Why is the fire spreading? Just some random-ass lighthouse in the middle of the ocean. That's not ominous at all. I also love how apparently, like, I'm the only survivor. And the door just, like, ominously shuts down behind you. No gods or kings, only man. They did a good job of, like, revamping the graphics, because this came out on, what, the Xbox 360, if I remember? Which, with that PowerPC processor, still did a good job with graphics and everything. Ah. 10 fathoms. Can you fathom this? What I'd love to see is, does this keep dropping down on the outside, or does it just kind of like only give you that little bit and then hold the thing?
No, says the man
Like, does this capsule keep descending in the game level while this video goes?
God. No, says the man in Moscow. It belongs to everyone. I rejected those answers.
On the desk of Ryan.
I chose something different. I chose the impossible. I chose...
I'd also love to know where in the world this is, placed, like geographically speaking.
Would not fear the censor, where the scientist would not be bound by petty morality, where the great would not be constrained by the small. And with the sweat of your brow,
This still looks really amazing.
city as well.
Like, I remember when I went through and I saw this entire, you know, like, intro they had. This blew my mind. Like, can you imagine Xbox 360? This was going through. This was, like, really revolutionary. This whole story and everything. But the thing that doesn't make sense to me is these are neon signs underground. Low into the city. Use the right button to toggle between weapons and plasmids. Okay. I'm gonna have to relearn the functions, because I remember the whole plasmid thing. I couldn't remember what they were called until that mentioned. And the weapons. I just finished my glass of wine. I think I'll save my other bottle of wine till the next stream. So I love how, like, we come in the middle of this society's downfall. And why are the hooks glowing? Made it to Walmart and back. Got my bottle of kombucha. The Flood. Well, it ain't Halo. It's Bioshock.
Take a deep breath and step out of the bathysphere. I won't leave you twisting in the wind. We're gonna need to draw her out of hiding, but you're gonna have to trust me. Just a bit border. How do you like that, mister?
Oh. I was like, how the hell am I going to take care of her? I forgot about the little sentries and bots.
Well, would you kindly find a crowbar or something? Bloody splicer. Seal Johnny in before they... Goddamn splicers.
The splicers, that's what they're called. I couldn't remember. We have a wrench. Every game gives you a wrench.
I didn't mean to hurt anyone.
Get some potato chips. Get some pep bar. Door controls busted. I love the blending of, like, classic, like, retro deco and everything they have going on with, like, a steampunky vibe. I love how, like, it's like, hey, yeah, we're gonna find this thing, and we're just gonna randomly inject it into ourselves, even though we don't know what the hell it is. I guess this is the 60s. Everybody's just injecting themselves with drugs, you know? It's the free love period.
Hold on and everything will be fine.
This little fish looks like he just had his cherry popped. Wonder if he's still got some Adam on him. Hear that? Let's buck. Weak. You're a weak chopper. This little fish ain't worth towing it with no big daddy. Yellow. Always have been. You'll be no better off with a metal daddy, little fish. See you floating
Big Daddy coming.
Look, Mr. Bubbles, it's an angel. I can see light coming from his belly. Wait a minute, he's still breathing. It's all right. I know he'll be an angel soon.
Those little girls always creep me out.
You alright, boyo? First time plasma's a real kick from a mule. But there's nothing like a fistful of lightning now, is there?
Alright, we got our first plasmid. Just got the ocean rushing through here. Okay, so that's a new Vita chamber. Oh yeah, that's right. That's how we respawn.
Give him a combo. Zap him, then whack him. 1-2 punch. Remember, the 1-2 punch.
I just wanted some company. Yeah, I know I got to wait. I've been waiting for a long time now.
There we go. Zap them and whack them. Okay, we've got a first aid kit. We've got some hypodermic needles.
Look out for me down here. Ryan! Where's my son, you son of a... Leave me alone! Stop it!
Okay, so we got them guys zapped. Ooh. Hope there's nobody in that elevator.
I found her that way. The hell with them.
I heard another one.
I've got a family.
Yeah, the remaster's kind of nice. This game, I think, kind of still holds up today, which is impressive. When did this game come out? I think it was a decade ago, didn't it?
Maybe. I know you must feel like the unluckiest man in the world right now, but you're the only hope I'll ever see my wife and child again. Go to
Unluckiest man. We just survived a plane crash, and now I'm in an apocalyptic, retro future society.
Plasma's changed everything.
Was she just calling the gun a baby?
Our minds, we couldn't handle it. Best friends butchering one another. Babies strangled in cribs. The whole city went to hell.
Yeah, I can see why it went to hell. So what was the whole reason this went to hell in the first place? 'Cause I forgot the entire story, other than, like, you're in an Atlantis kind of society. I'm drunk!
Charlie, where you going? Ah, Charlie! This isn't right!
Okay. We're drunk again. Hold on. Where was... How do I open the, Yes, okay. Equipment, middle mouse. Where's the miscellaneous one? Hack, all that. Hints. Play newest unread diary. There we go.
Another New Year's, another night alone. I'm out and you're stuck in Festus, working. Huh. Imagine my surprise. Oh, I guess I'll have another drink. Here's a toast to Diane McClintock, silliest girl in Rapture. Silly enough to fall in love with Andrew Ryan.
Got a few bucks.
Silly.
If you spot a splicer in the water, hit him with the electrobolt.
That's an interesting way to die. A lot of cigarettes around here. The gym I go to requires an app to check in, which comes with privacy implications. What do I do? Well, if you want to go to the gym, you install the app. You can always get a separate phone just for privacy invading apps. But that's a little bit cumbersome for most people. I mean, the reality is you just can't simply avoid, it's a matter of, it's a matter of picking, your priorities and everything. Wasn't there a way that you get the girls out of here? Because don't they, like, pop up in there? Hold on. I want to look this up, because now it's bothering me. Girls, Bioshock. Okay, oh, the little sister, okay. Found a Big Daddy on his own without a sister. The sisters come and go through vents. They don't spawn at fixed locations, and they roam around. Best bet is fine. Okay. So I have to kill the big daddies. That's what's going on with that. Okay.
Too spliced up. I'm too spliced up. Nobody's gonna want me.
Spliced up. Wait, what?
Hey, Brenda, you care to tell me why you've had a hole in the wall the size of Plymouth Rock coming out of your crapper going on 3 weeks now? Now, I ain't saying I'm Shakespeare. I'm trying to run a respectable theater. I got working folk coming in from Port Neptune trying to catch a little diversion. And all they can think about is the stink coming out of your shitter. Get it fixed. Careful now. Would you kindly lower that weapon for a minute?
Would you kindly? I remember that now.
Don't be fooled. She's a little sister now. Somebody went and turned a sweet baby girl into a monster. Whatever you thought about right and wrong on the surface.
I remember that. They, like, turned into little sadistic things.
Those little sisters, they carry Adam. The genetic material that keeps the wheels of Rapture turning. Everybody wants it. Everybody needs it.
That's a broken vending machine. Oh, that's right. Then the big daddy comes. Yeah, I forgot about the drill. The drill arm.
That's the big daddy. She got his Adam. He keeps her safe.
Don't I get to be in a big daddy suit or something like that soon? Oh yeah, probably should save the game. Okay, we got a few bucks there. Anything else around here that we can grab up? Egg hatching elephant from Dr. Seuss' Beloved Tales is none other than Dr. and Horn. Okay. We got a cream-filled cake. I like cake.
Bring a picnic lunch and we'll make a yes.
Isn't there a quick save button? Quick save is F8. There we go. $2 from you. And a good amount of dollars from you. There we go. Nope, still got full health. Don't need that aid kit. Although we got bandages. Oh, well, I probably didn't need the bandages because my health's at full. Gotta get used to how this works. And now I'm drunk. Whee!
Security alert in pop.
Is there more coming? Yup. Shucky, shucky!
They shut off access to Neptune. There's another way to get there. Head to medical. What are you waiting for? Go!
There we go. I knew there was something else around here.
Oh, Christ! You're trapped! Gonna try to override the exit from here.
So tell me,
Some more propaganda videos.
sent to you, the KGB wolf with the CIA jackal. Here's the news. Rapture isn't some sunken ship for you to plunder. And Andrew Ryan isn't a giddy socialite who can be slapped around by government muscle. And with that, farewell.
I can't save. Oh, director's commentary. Please stand by. Come on, boys. Oh, so they did break through. Could have took them. Could have took them.
Now you've met Andrew Ryan, the bloody king of Rapture. Now find your way to emergency access.
Three things: free mind, free will, and free hand.
Oh yeah, these puzzles. Okay, so gonna need that. That's right, shoot him for me! Wait, is there something under the stairs? Nope.
If you want to use the emergency access, you'll be needing Dr. Stoneman's key. He's the one that runs this place. But I don't expect him to hand it to you out of the milk of human kindness. Stoneman ain't that kind, and frankly, I'm not even sure he's still human.
That kind of shocked me right there. Okay, got them. There's only one way they can be coming from, right? That's right. Shoot her! Shoot her!
Dr. Simon said he'd release me today. Ryan didn't come to see me since the New Year's attack, not once. Dr. Simon...
You only got $2 measly on you and nothing in your bag? Jesus.
Scar tissue was gone.
You're gonna die. Die with more money.
Right up. Make me prettier than any girl I've ever seen. He's sweet, all right. And so interested in my case.
What's the matter, Mary? You look like you would use a boost.
I don't feel so great. I'm dizzy, I'm nauseous.
One pistol round. One pistol round.
You just need to slow down a bit on the splicing, or you know what you'll be as right as rain. Remember, a smart splicer is the half
You promised me pretty, Stein.
So what's with the ghosts that we keep seeing, the little apparitions?
Look at me!
You keep an eye peeled for Steinman. The daft bastard set up shop in the surgery wing. You want to find him? Just follow the blood.
Adam presents new problems for the professional. As your tools improve, so do your standards. There was a time I was happy.
Remember, all them machines will short out right now when you hit them with electrobolts.
On the surface, the parasite expects the docs to heal them for free, the farmer to feed them out of charity. How little they differ from the pervert who prowls the streets looking for a victim he can ravish for his grotesque amusement.
Got armor-piercing pistol rounds. There's, I think, only one.
German prison camp. Only a
Yay, a couple bucks there. Wait, wasn't there a vending machine back?
German doctor. He make experiment. Sometimes he makes scientific error. I tell him of this error, and this make him angry. But then he asks, how can a child know such a thing? I tell him sometimes I just know.
How the hell did I just launch forward like that?
Then why tell me? Well, I said if you are going to do such things.
And there's a pistol.
Welcome to the circus of value.
Small amount of health, but dream a small amount of Eve. Hack only.
Tell your cravings at the circus of value.
Okay, so if we get this, there we go.
Welcome to the circus of value.
I want to use mail in a box, and can I use it on Cloudflare Zero Trust Tunnel because my ISP doesn't allow port 25 forwarding? I don't believe you can. You need bare port 25 forwarding, because the issue isn't just with Cloudflare, it's I think your bare ISP. You'd need a static IP. You could go with a VPS to do that. I've used mail in a box for years. I used to run it on DigitalOcean.
Standards, even in troubled times.
Alright, let's see. Where are we at? Interesting way to get blown. I think I need a, flaming plasmid. If I remember to open that door. And they about mail in a box and relive, so what a perfect time to clear my doubt. Yeah. It's, yeah, I don't really use mail in a box anymore. I moved over to Proton Mail.
The vending machines. I should not need to remind each and every citizen of Rapture that free enterprise is the foundation upon which our society has been established. Parasites will be punished.
God damn it. Nope. There we go. Ah, fuck. Is there any better option out there? Like you just said, Proton Mail. Proton Mail is the one I've been using for several years when I decommed my mail in a box server. I do have a link in the bio for it if you want to get a little bit of a deal and help support my channel and everything. But that's really the one I use, and it's been working pretty well for me. Shit! For email marketing too. For email marketing, you need to use something completely different. For email marketing, you need to use something like MailChimp, Mailgun, SendMail, you know, like all that. Bulk email marketing, you don't want to have your own server for that kind of thing. That will honestly be a lot more problematic in terms of... Fuck. So yeah, you're looking at something more like a list serve that you're going to want to do. Come on. There we go. You want to host it on your own server? That's going to be a big issue when it comes to email reputation and everything. You're still going to be needing to use something like Mailgun or SendGrid in order to do the email reputation management, especially if you're doing bulk marketing, because if you do it out of one singular IP, that's going to be an issue. You need to have a set of IPs and a provider that can manage the trust on those things.
I know Medical Pavilion is your man, but you might want to cogitate on this. Ocean water is colder than a witch's tip. You don't heat the pipes freeze. Pipes freeze, pipes burst. Then ratchet leaks. Now, I realise you're a posh sort of geezer, and frankly, I don't give a toss if you piss or go fishing. But once Rapture starts leaking, the old girl's never gonna stop.
Alright, and then... The honest truth is when it comes to hosting things on your own server, a lot of it you're probably looking at like, oh yeah, this is gonna make things more convenient. It can actually make things a lot less convenient, because then you're managing the reputation and everything that goes into that. Friends don't let friends run their own email server. And mail in a box is not meant for bulk email. It's more of a personal email server thing. Yeah, my friend said you can earn good money by email marketing. No, the honest truth is most email marketing is going to get caught by spam filters. Trust me, if you do things the way you're thinking, like just doing that, no. And in terms of email marketing, a lot of email services are getting quick on picking up spam and all of that. So email marketing isn't as effective as people think.
Representing them as cubes and other abstract forms.
Security cameras. I can hear the infernal things all around you. Ryan's eyes and ears.
Yeah, I don't really know anyone making too much money on email marketing unless you know what you're actually targeting for your products and stuff like that. It can work well for your business to market your products, but that has to be an engaged audience. Because the honest truth is, how are you going to get these clients and things like that?
When Picasso became bored of painting people, he started representing them as cubes.
Yeah, no problem. I mean, there's definitely plenty of ventures out there to make money and everything, but email's not nearly as profitable as a lot of people used to have it. Yay!
Exposed to 1,000 degrees. Warning, fire.
I can burn things on fire!
The upturned nose, the cleft chin, the ample bosom. I could do with a knife. That old Spaniard did with a brush.
All roads in Rapture lead to Ryan. Security, the splicers, the big daddies, the little sisters. It pumps some kind of chemical scent in the air. Pheromones, they call it. Makes them all dance to his tune.
Wait, how do I run? Oh, it's control. Control should be crouch. I don't know why they do that. Hey! I got a tonic. I'm hooked on tonic. Now what's up here? Oh. It's the same area I was in. Let's save where I'm at right now, so I don't lose my progress. There's coffee. We gonna get hyper with a little bit of coffee.
What is the greatest lie ever created? What is the most vicious obscenity ever perpetrated on mankind? Slavery. The Holocaust. Dictatorship.
Sold out?
No.
Double up buck. See, if you can hack the machines, why do I still have to pay?
She didn't fit in anyway. I don't care where she's gone.
Okay, so... Above all, do no harm. I love how it's written in blood. Like, that's not ominous at all.
I am beautiful, yes. Look at me. What could I do to make my features finer? With Adam and my scalpel, I have been transformed. But is there not something better? What if now it is not my skill that fails me, but my imagination?
Okay, so we're still in the medical pavilion. Okay, so why did it not shoot at me when I was there before? I don't know. Well, whatever. Nothing in the corpse. Wait, there's no body in there? It was just a cream-filled cake? What the hell? Some double-lot buck over there. So we should be getting a shotgun soon. Alright, let's do a quick save. See. Got an auto hack tool. Woo! And then a bunch of shoes. So I definitely saw a body there. And it just disappeared. Which means something's gonna happen soon. Because there's definitely like a shadow over here. See? Knew it. Okay, so we got a security tonic. And now we gotta get out of here.
Never mind your own needs, they say.
The hell is that noise? Okay. So I definitely am getting more machine gun ammo. Or at least have more machine gun ammo. Now we gotta see... a lot of empty things around here. Okay, nothing in the trash. Nothing fell behind. Get another quick save in. Okay. Okay, we got some bandages. So we cleared out this little area here.
Yes? I'm your
Motherfucking cunt nuggets! Flying a frickin' rocket at me. I knew there was something shiny under there. Okay, so it looks like there's some kind of tonic over there. I hear something mechanical whirring.
Clinical trial lot 44, Dr. Su Chong, client Fontaine Futuristics. Subject is white male, one Roland Wallace. Can you hear me, Mr. Wallace? Yes, sir, Mr. Su Chong, sir. Very well. I'm introducing lot 44 now. We've coordinated...
Got that taken care of quickly.
Because of its tendency to... Nurse? Hold him down! Nurse!
Got some double lot buck. Wrench jockey! Bulks up your upper body, allowing you to wield club-like weapons with unprecedented skill and power. Alright, guess that's all that was there. Nothing in the cabinets.
Honey, you're jealous! Oh!
Smack it a bitch. Do a quick save over here. Now we got a hypodermic Eve. There we go. Okay, what's in the safe? A bunch of buck. Got a bunch of ammo. So now I probably can justify the machine gun a little bit more now that I got enough ammo. I got into Linux gaming and Dead by Daylight is running so good on Proton. Yeah, I hear good things about that. I haven't played Dead by Daylight myself, but I hear good things about that. I haven't gotten around to it. I just did, I just got Bioshock 1, 2, pre-ordered Path of Exile 2, and then, Gears of War 5 as well as Borderlands 3. So, I got those at least with the recent Steam sale. It's been working, really great. I've only played Bioshock so far. Missed one. Could have sworn there were more bodies than that I had just blown away to search. Oh well. Okay, that's the Vita chamber over there. Here we go. I like hacking little things.
At the German prison camp, they put me to work on
Okay.
genetic experiments on other prisoners. They call me das Wunderkind, the Wonder Child. Germans. All they can talk about is blue eyes and the shape of forehead. All I care about is why is this one born strong and that one weak? This one smart, that one stupid. All that killing. You think the Germans could have been interested in something useful?
Cool. Pistol rounds. Yep, potato chips, that'll do. Love the whole aesthetic of this game. It's a really great design. And I think this game actually still holds up many years out. Like, if they gave it just a little bit better graphics and stuff like that, you could release this game today, I think, and it would still do great. Like, a lot of the designs and the physics and stuff still kind of hold up, believe it or not. Fuck, I didn't have a piece. There we go. Okay, what's in the safe? A little bit of money, a little bit of Eve, a little bit of everything. Nice. Alright, let's do a quick save. I do think that Dead by Daylight is a game I'm going to have to check out. But yeah, gaming on Linux has been fantastic. Oh, it's a ball launcher. On the slides, you can buy more slots at the garden. Also useful for holding objects as a shield and grabbing objects out of reach.
Throw objects at foes. You can even catch...
Clinical trial lot 23, Dr. Suchong.
Okay, hold on. What was the customize controls, customize S, equipment, left mouse, all that, equip plasmid, blah, 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 blah. Was it hack, play news, hints, HM, equipment 1. Oh, shift.
And Fontaine Futuristics. Work on telekinesis plasmid proceeding well. Lifting objects at distance presents no problem. Moving objects through space, no problem. Cannot stop speeding bullet, but can catch and throw faster moving object. Problem not with plasmid. Problem with reaction time. Stuchon, just get new idea for plasmid.
What is that there?
It's called a shotgun, and it just went up your ass. Okay, I hear the machine. Where are you? We need the Chomper's dental office key. There we go. Okay, there's plenty of bandages around in case I get hurt a little bit later. I heard something run around a little bit earlier. Got a new diary. Let's listen to that.
Pity the little freak. Such a tiny imagination. Content to sit there with the tanks of Adam tweaking and optimizing. I need to create. Adam is a canvas of a genetic modification. But the plasmids are the paint.
This is a pretty shotgun, though. New automatic hack tool. Little pet bar. There we go. Some more ammo. Nothing fell behind. Some more electric buck. Got some vodka. I think I saw some potato chips I didn't grab. Yep, there we go. I don't know how I missed that splicer. Unless they appeared afterwards. Chomper's dental office key. So there's a key somewhere around here. Yep, we got some buck. Got the register. Nothing in the cabinet. Fuck! That made me jump. Just see a dude like pop up behind me.
Your castles may tumble, that's fate after all. Life's really funny that way. So used to grumble, smile as they fall. Weren't you king?
Is that bookshops? Bookshops. This is Bioshock, you mean? So it keeps saying I need some sort of dental key. It's the remastered one. Hold on. I need to look this up, 'cause I'm getting a little confused. Dental office key. Key is in the same room. Oh. The same room you're trying to get in. Okay. That makes sense. Oh, I see. I bet this place looked amazing when it was like brand new and fresh and before all the people screwed it up. Here we go. So what do we got in the safe? Okay, so we still got, just walked into my death, bitch. Or your death. Okay. Anti-personnel rounds. Was that it? For the dental office? Just that it? How did I leave that money laying around? Or that pistol?
She was up for the part as well, but then they found her in a salt pond.
I forget about those pistol rounds. I heard someone yelling. Knew I heard someone. So do the splicers like respawn a little bit here and there? How the hell was there an explosive? Alright, let's get back to the main show then.
Welcome to the Circus of Value.
Okay, so we'll get some more pistol rounds and stuff. Oh, already went there.
Has his eye on Rapture. Keep your eye on the parasite.
Okay. Fortuitous. We've got that going there. One more straight piece. There we are. Got it all done. I like the little upgraded ability to bash them harder. Makes it a little easier. Other than 2 swings, you get 1. Bing, bing.
No way, Jim. It's not safe. Haven't you heard?
Welcome to the...
Alice's bandits are everywhere.
Okay, so I need to find the other machine to possibly expand how many plasmids I can carry. So if we have an ocean between us, why can I still hear them properly? I shouldn't be able to hear his groaning that well. Aesthetics are a moral imperative.
Why do we have 2 eyes? Is there some more? Not finished! Not finished!
You'll have to find some way to get through to surgery and Steinman. Chin up now. The Lord hates a quitter. I can hear that splicer sounding off like it's the 4th of July. Explosives are hard to come by down here. If only you could get your hands on some of them bombs he's tossing. Things like that could help you turn the tables or clear a path.
Alright, let's try hacking this again. Okay, now I just need one straight piece. There we go.
Welcome to the Circus of Value. Feel your cravings at the Circus of Value.
Okay, we got to get a few more straight pieces. There we go.
You're crawling with disease! Well, you won't get any better that way. You question my judgment? Quick, someone shut the door! How can I help you if you won't come to me?
Use telekinesis to catch and throw grenades. Oh.
Hide with the rest of their disgust. You're crawling. You're sick.
There we go.
I promise to do no harm.
Today I had lunch with the goddess. Steinman, she said. I'm here to free you from the tyranny of the commonplace. I'm here to show you a new kind of beauty. I asked her, what do you mean, goddess? Symmetry, dear Steinman. It's time to do something about symmetry.
Okay, those are anti-personnel. Let's see. New combat tonic. Static discharge. You emit a burst of electricity when struck, damaging all around you.
A little more hygienic.
Okay, come on.
Aphrodite is walking the halls, shimmering like a scalpel. Steinman, she calls.
No more Eve hypodermics. As remaxed.
Open your eyes, and when I see her, she cuts me into 1,000 beautiful pieces.
Shit. Well, we're boned. There we go. Okay, cool. Interesting view. Thank you for the roses. Tommy Gabriel, thank you. Let's save this. Adam denies us any excuse for not being beautiful.
What can I do with this one, Aphrodite? She won't stay still! I want to make them beautiful, but they always turn out wrong! That one too fat! This one too tall! This one too symmetrical! And now, what's this goddess? An intruder! He's ugly! 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 Ugly!
Yay! I got Dr. Steinman killed.
Make sure you get the key off Steinman. Head back to emergency access. I'm working my way to the backside of Port Neptune myself. We'll get there soon enough.
Foro silk and down.
The nose looks terrific, Dr. Steinman. Doctor?
You know, looking at it now, I didn't realize how much her face sags.
Jeez.
Excuse me?
Scalpel.
Doctor, she's not booked for a facelift.
Let's just come in here and...
Doctor, stop cutting. Doctor, stop cutting. Get me the chief of surgery. Get me the chief of surgery now!
So he was a real butcher there, huh? I guess a lot of people just went mad in this place. And do we have a Burning piece. Oh, there we go. Alright, let's hack this. There we go. Managed to get the safe. And it's all just first aid kits, which I have full. Lovely. Double lot buck.
What? Scalpel! Scalpel!
There we go. Got that taken care of. Oh, the health station's broken. Not that I need it anymore.
Sounds like another tunnel collapse. Welcome to Rapture, the world's fastest growing pile of junk. It's a little one. Here's your chance to get some Adam.
Stay away from her, or it is you who will be shot next.
Easy now, Doctor. He's just looking for a wee bit of Adam. Just enough to get by.
I'll not have him hurt my little ones.
It's okay, lad. That's not a child. Not anymore, it ain't. Dr. Tenenbaum saw to that.
Bitte do not hurt her. Have you no heart?
Aye, that's a pretty sermon coming from the guru.
Oh yeah, that's right. We get to choose either to mutilate them for more Adam or rescue them. And I remember something about at the end, like all the little girls, basically come to fight.
The lives of my wife and child for Tenenbaum's Frankenstein.
Here. There is another way. Use this. Free them from their torment. I will make it to be worth your while. Somehow.
They are little demon, little children.
Thank you.
The path of the righteous is not always easy, yes. The reward will become clear in time. Be patient.
Tenenbaum's playing you for a sap. Those things may look like wee little girls, but looks don't make it so. You need all the Adam you can get to survive. cross paths with another of them gatherers guarding machines, make sure you pick up a new plant on her too. That's if the price ain't too dear, of course.
Okay, so what upgrade do we want to get? Target cause it to attack someone other than you. Armored shell. Eve Link. Okay. So that I think will work for now.
Not only are those little girls veritable atom factories, they're nearly indestructible. They regenerate any wounded flesh with stem versions of the dead cell. But their relationship with the implanted slugs is symbiotic. If you harvest the slug, the host will die. So you see, it's not like killing Tenenbaum said. It's more like removing a terminal patient from life.
You're ready now. It's time to take on one of them big daddies. It won't be easy, but it's the only way to get to Little Sisters and the atom they carry.
Okay, so we get to go after a big daddy. Which version of Linux are you using? Which one do you think is best for your gaming? I'm using Pop! OS, and the honest truth is, when it comes to gaming on Linux, it's not going to make a difference which version of Linux you're really on. They're all pretty much running the same software and everything like that. So, Pop! OS works really great for all of this stuff, to be completely honest. I would say it's more about what Linux makes sense for what you're trying to do than anything. Than like, oh, this one's the best for gaming or anything like that. You're going to get the same Linux performance at the end of the day for most of the packages. Because, well, like I said, they're all basically using the same software, and it's more just how they're configured out the box. Like, I'm using the latest NVIDIA drivers on here, and
Are you almost back to emergency access? Come through as soon as you get there. You got Ryan's eye now. You won't hear them coming, but they'll be there before you know it.
You're welcome. Yeah, just focus more on finding what Linux is best for what you want than which one's best for gaming, because you're going to get the same gaming performance pretty much out of all of them. Get back here, you little bitch! You threw a fucking grenade at me! Ha ha! Blew yourself up, motherfucker. Has to be the best. I only use the best. There is always a Halo. Which one? I will pay for it. LOL. Yeah, I think people focus too much on there must be a definitive best than just understanding use what's best for you. Void Linux is the way after Slackware halted. So for me in InfoSec, I've used Blackbox. You mean Blackbox? But Parrot has improved dramatically in the past couple years, so I have installed Parrot. Yeah, I've used Parrot. That's mostly what I use if I do tinker with red teaming tools and stuff like that. Just because it works really, really well, you know, and it's nice. It's nicely packaged with everything you need and everything there. But it's about midnight. It's about midnight where I'm at right now. I do have work in the morning, so unfortunately I can't keep gaming right now, but we at least got BioShock working for sure. I can get Gears of War 5 working in another stream, but I have to log into my Microsoft account, and that meant pulling out my KeyPass XE and all that, and I just don't want to do that obviously right now, but thank you all for joining me. I love all y'all. And don't forget to check out all of my other socials as well. So, I'm on Blue Sky. I'm on Mastodon. I have a Discord server. There's a Matrix server as well. If you join the Discord server, we do movie nights every Saturday night as well. And I'm hanging out in there pretty often. As well as, of course, make sure to check out shop.chiefgeek3d.com for all of the merch and everything like that. And like I said, Discord, Matrix. I love y'all. Stick around for the raid if you're over on Twitch, and I will see you Tuesday. Tuesday evening, 7:30 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. Should be the next stream. I love y'all. We'll see you around. See you in the Discord. See you on Blue Skies. See you on Mastodon. But otherwise, stick around for the raid. Love y'all. Happy hacking.